Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Samuel with Oldgate Solutions. It's my pleasure to say to you, Happy New Year. Welcome to 2024. And I hand you over now to our first webinars moderator for 2024. It's Dr. Jacqueline Campbell, who will welcome you to the Ccfpj and Jvma One Health Conference, 2-day conference. Together we are stronger. Dr. Jackie, over to you.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Caribbean College of Family Physicians Jamaica chapter and the Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association One Health Conference, a feast of knowledge over the next 2 days. I'm your moderator for session 1, Dr. Jacqueline Campbell, and session 1 is entitled Planetary Health Issues and Reflections. At first, what we're going to do is invite God into our midst, and the One Health prayer will be delivered by Dr. Olivia Scott. This will be followed by 2 welcome messages, one by Dr. Seni Ononuju from the Caribbean College of Family Physicians Jamaica chapter, and Dr. Kathy Ann Leon from the Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association. Over to you, colleagues.
Let us pray. O God, our Heavenly Father, nothing can be achieved without us acknowledging your presence. And every day that a patient and an animal is cured through our hands, it is because of your will. Enter into our hearts today, we pray, and help us to continue our respective medical practices in good faith and honesty. Lead us, Heavenly Father, through life's tempestuous seas, and teach us, dear God, to remember that whatever we do, we are serving you. Have mercy on each and every one of us, as we ask you to hear this, our prayer. Amen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Seni Ononuju, President and Chair of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians, Jamaican Chapter. One Health Day is a day to highlight the inextricable link between man, animal, and their environment. This year's event marked the 7th year that One Health is being jointly celebrated in Jamaica between the Caribbean College of Family Physicians Jamaican Chapter and the Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association. It has steadily gained momentum over the years since its inauguration in 2018. This momentum has attracted speakers as well as audience locally, regionally, and globally. One Health Day is a time to recognize the health and environmental challenges and also attempt to foster symbiotic relationship between man, the animal kingdom, and the environment in which we all coexist, as we join hands in recognition of the codependence we have on each other and the profound impact that each has on the other's health. It is with great pride and a sense of urgency that the college is partnering with stakeholders such as Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association, who have a vested interest in the preservation and renewal of our planet while embracing a One Health approach to healthcare delivery. We wish to welcome all our participants, presenters, moderators, sponsors, and attendees, as well as all those who work behind the scene, IT and technical support personnel, the college administrator and the planning committee members, whose invaluable support over the years have made this collaborative initiative a truly worthwhile and successful endeavor. I invite you on behalf of the college to sit back and enjoy the presentations lined up over these 2 days of celebration. Thank you and God's richest blessings.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Kathy Ann Leon, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine and President of the Jamaica Veterinary Medical Association. On behalf of the entire veterinary fraternity of Jamaica, I bring you greetings. Each year, we have the great honor of being co-collaborators with the Caribbean College of Family Physicians, the Jamaica chapter, to host this One Health Conference. We are so excited, amazed, and privileged to see growth in the number of registrants, as well as the renown and overall excellence in the quality of the presentations and the presenters involved. The interconnectedness of people, animals, plants, and the environment, this concept also known as One Health, is crucial to the sustainability of life on Earth. And yet, so many fail to understand how even little choices can have a big impact on our futures. That is why this conference is so important, so that from our own experiences over these next 2 afternoons, we will come to understand our place and our purpose in the sustainability of our lives and our future generations. That we will remember that we need each other not only to live, but to thrive so that we too can thrive. That the participation of every individual contributes to our health. The garbage collector's contribution is just as important as the doctor's, the stable boy just as important as the veterinarians. That my health, that your health, depends on a healthy planet, the plants, the animals, the ecosystems, and their preservation. So as you listen and enjoy, I also invite you to ask yourself, how can I contribute to One Health, even beyond just doing my job? Maybe it means contributions to a fund, maybe helping a person in need. Maybe it is establishing a small movement in your office, like recycling, or something in your community, or something in your family home. Maybe it means making your mental health or your physical health a priority. Whatever it is, I pray this conference will inspire you to find your purpose in your contribution to One Health, because today and indeed together we are stronger. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you for that message, Dr. Leon, and thank you for the message, Dr. Ononuju. We're next going to hear from Dr. Paula Henry from the CCFP Regional Office from Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Henry, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon to all. Is it okay if I start by sharing my screen? Okay, can everybody see me there? Okay, I think I'll start from the beginning. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Paula Henry, and I bring greetings from the Caribbean College of Family Physicians, who I represent today. Today, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to planetary health. And today we are going to talk about the health of the planet. What is the problem and what is the solution? Well, I'm going to give you the answer to the first question. It is where stable ecosystems are achieved, in a nutshell, sustainability. And while we have to admit that we have massive improvements to mankind, increase in life expectancy, decreased poverty, and decreased poverty. Something is blocking my screen, sorry. Decreased poverty and child mortality. We have also seen destructions
enters the Anthropocene, 1950 to present. What is the problem? Population growth, increased industrialization, and of course, greed. And this has caused an increased atmospheric concentration of CO2, ocean acidification, increased energy use, global deforestation, water use, and increased fertilizer use. This is just to put you into perspective where you are as an individual in terms of planetary health, public health, global health, One Health, and the overarching theme of planetary health. I just want to remind you that Earth's system has surpassed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. But today, we are going to focus, you're going to hear mainly about climate change and about integrity of the biosphere. So what is the solution? Well, it is moving away from fossil fuels into renewables. And here we see the US projections from 2010 to 2035, where we see wind and biomass leading. And here in the Caribbean, we have been using sargassum, yes, sargassum, that we see as a threat to the tourism industry. We have been converting sargassum into biofuel use. I don't know if you know that, but it's big and it's on the horizon. What are some of the solutions? Well, we could all admit that the Caribbean is an extensive marine nation. And here we see the last frontier. Yes, the ocean is the last frontier in terms of renewables. It is an extensive energy source, but the marine energy source of the ocean is very, very difficult to navigate. So, but we have a great potential because we have great maritime resources. And here I show you, as per example, some of the resources we have in terms of offshore wave and wind energy, all the way down to marine biofuels. And what are some of the solutions? Well, we have carbon pricing. It's the new kid on the block. So for every activity performed and generated by an organization and an industry, depending on the amount of carbon dioxide that you release into the atmosphere, you are charged a carbon tax. Yes. And that money is used for climate financing. And then, of course, there is cap and trade. We will broach that in another forum. So what can I do as an individual, a community, an organization, a nation, a region? This is my recommendation where you start. Engage in actions or join groups that do not take you away from your customary and daily activities. A good place to start. But really, we need to speak with one voice. And this calls for collaborative effort. Vets, human doctors, environmental specialists, policymakers, and of course, communication specialists. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Henry, for that the opening remarks, which will set the tone for this afternoon's and tomorrow afternoon's presentations. So first, I should inform you that this is part 1, and part 1 is entitled Climate Change and Our Environment. And our first speaker is Dr. Sandeep Maharaj, and he's going to be speaking on climate and mental health, building the research agenda. Before he speaks, let me tell you about Dr. Maharaj. Apart from the fact that he has quite a, what the doctor was saying, quite an energetic, he put a lot into his presentation, but he's currently a lecturer in pharmacy administration and he's the Associate Dean, Distance Education, Planning and Special Projects in the Faculty of Medical Sciences, UWI, St. Augustine, Trinidad. He has also served the public as the Deputy Chairman of the Eastern Regional Health Authority, and that is a government body in Trinidad, and is responsible for health management. He has a BSc in pharmacy, an MBA, and a PhD in business administration from UA, St. Augustine, and a certificate in climate change and health from Yale University, USA. Dr. Maharaj, over to you.
So I actually hand over to admin for my presentation. Admin, right ahead.
Admin.
Hi, a pleasant good afternoon, and I am really, really happy to be here once again with this function, which is organized by the Caribbean Family Physicians Association, Association Jamaica and Jamaica Vet Medical Association on the One Health Conference today, January 13, 2024, and a very fitting theme, Together We Are Stronger. Today, on behalf of my team, which includes my first author, Natalie Graves, Dr. Shamjit Singh, Dr. Satish Janki, Ambassador Gillian Bristol, Dr. Emma Lawrence from Imperial College London, and the PI for this region, Dr. Sandeep Miraj, would like to deal with a topic which is actually related to your team, connecting climate minds. How together we can connect the climate minds in the Latin American Caribbean region, setting a strong research agenda for mental health and climate change. So we will go through a bit of what my presentation entails and as we move forward. So a general outline, we set the context. What is the Global Climate Minds Project? Latin America and the Caribbean organization, how we have set our team together, and more importantly, an overview of the project, what we have found to date, the dialogue methodology which we have put together, and the findings and the way forward. Thank you. So Latin America and the Caribbean actually face severe challenges associated with climate change, and it's detrimental to the impact on human health and well-being. The impact of creeping threats on mental health and the mechanism by which change in mental health occurs are poorly documented and really not understood, my dear people. To address this gap, a mixed method research methodology is actually being used to identify, prioritize what are the key research areas that need to be developed within the global context, and more importantly for this conference, the Caribbean and regional context, so that we can have sustainable communities of practice, which can really deliver upon making sure we have a solution towards the problem. And we preferred forward this project called Connecting Climate Minds. Connecting Climate Minds is a global climate change and mental health research project funded by the Wellcome Trust. And there are a number of persons who are involved in this project. The PI, which is Professor Sir David Navarro, is based at Imperial College London, and we are very lucky to have some very fantastic collaborators, yourself and Dr. Natalie Graves, who are serving on the core research team, have quite a wide network that we work with, which include the climate health, climate mental health network, SustiVibes, the Climate Center at the Red Cross, Red Crescent, Climate Cares based at Imperial College, our very lovely University of the West Indies, St. Luke's College in the Philippines, the Institute for Global Health and Innovation at Imperial, Force of Nature, the Gantam Institute, also at Imperial College, as well as the Psychological Center of the Red Cross, Red Crescent. So we have quite a number of collaborators that have come forward to deal with this project. Now, when we look at this project, how it's set up, there's a core team which myself and Dr. Graves belong to, but the which is based at the Climate Center at Imperial College London. And then we have set up the UWI Center, which is based at the Latin American Caribbean Center, based at the center of the University of the West Indies. And that center would have co-opted with the St. Augustine and the Cave Hill campus to conduct the research. So in doing this, we have actually subcontracted Latin American Caribbean Center to study the Latin American Caribbean region with researchers from the St. Augustine and Cave Hill Center on behalf of Climate Cares. And what we intend to investigate in the Caribbean region is very, very simple. We have two primary objectives: cultivate a connected, supported, and engaged global community of practice. That's one of our objectives. And our second objective is to create an informed and actionable research agenda, which can be published globally, placed globally. At example, we just had a fantastic team doing work at COP28, and they themselves have made some representation to world leaders on why mental health and climate change is important. So where are we? Where the project? So we have taken the 7 regions from this Sustainable Development Goals so that we can align them accordingly at the end of the day. And hence we have a European and North American region, which is run by the Planetary Health Alliance. We have the Latin American Caribbean region, which is the research agenda is being worked on by the University of the West Indies. Sub-Saharan Africa region, which is Claretian University, which has been doing quite a bit of work. The Northern African region and Western Asian region, which is done by the Jordan Health Aid Society. We also have the Central and Southern Asian community, which is being run by Brak University in Bangladesh. The Eastern and Southern Eastern Asian community, which has been handled by St. Luke's University. And finally, the Oceanic region, which is Oceania, which has been handled by the University of Queensland in Australia. And it shows the breadth and scope of this project. And we are very, very grateful that the University of the West Indies and our Caribbean people can actually add their voices to this very important project moving forward. And who are the people behind this project at the University of the West Indies? So the project director and team lead is Dr. Ambassador Gillian Bristol. Yours truly is the research lead. Jacinta Simangal is a project assistant. We have Ms. Leanne Torres, who is our communications officer. Our technical advisor and research guide when it comes to methodology, it's Dr. Natalie Graves. Our project coordinator is Ms. Chandika Ganesh. And the facilitators, Dr. Shamjit Singh and Dr. Satish Janki, who has been doing both facilitation and analysis, all developed by Dr. Natalie Graves. And they have been playing a very important role, both internationally and locally. We were lucky to build out also what we call regional co-conveners. These are people we brought to ensure that the project is not Anglo-Caribbean centric. So we got the University of Nicaragua, we got Flaxo, which is based in Cuba, we have Tecnologica de Montgomery involved. We were able to get the Earth Medic, Earth Nurse group out of Haiti. We were able to also bring on board a potential funder, but who does global work, the Healthy Brain Global Initiative, and the USP, which is the University of Sao Paulo, which is based in Brazil. They brought together a team for us, which is the South Planetaria group, which works on planetary work. And finally, we had the support of WONCA, which is the World Federation of World Party of the Environment grouping out of WONCA, which deals with public health and primary care physicians. And we were very lucky to have this fantastic team that supported and drove the work in getting a real representation of Latin America and the Caribbean. And to ensure that everything was guided in our process and thought process, we were very, very happy to have persons coming in from either the youth. So we wanted to ensure our methodology and our techniques were reflective of the youth, as well as persons in the Caribbean and Latin America who experienced issues when it came to climate change and mental health. So our youth guidance was done. We had one representative from Ecuador and another youth representative from Guyana. And our lived experience group looked at one person who works on deforestation in Haiti, a person in Nicaragua who is facing challenges with fishing. We had a member from the Tupinaka tribe in Brazil. And we also had finally a member who just came out from that hurricane in the Bahamas, who lived through it and really gave some insightful details of what the Caribbean faces when it comes to climate change and mental health. So the methodology. So first of all, we got all the teams that basically guided and helped us in coming up and framing the methodology. So we first did a scoping review of the literature. We also did a survey, which was proposed by NATIA. So we went around, and this, keep in mind, these are mainly the researchers, the research institute, lived experience people, and youth, to find out, what are the issues they face. And finally, we had multi-sectorial focus groups, which would have culminated into that dialogue. They would have come together in the dialogue. So, and what were our findings? So just to give you some detail of how our review went, we first utilized and searched quite a number of databases, and we came up with 323 articles which looked at climate change, mental health in the Caribbean. After screening them, these articles, we found there were about 41 duplicates, so it came down to about 282. And after looking at those, we excluded 442 articles because they may have given the wrong population, the wrong focus, and not relevant to the topic. We eventually got down to 40, which after we reviewed that, 33 were found to be mainly abstracts and basically not on topic. And finally, we found 7 articles that would have been assessed for the eligibility criteria. However, we had to throw out 4 because they were mainly opinion pieces, and the focus, although the topics might have been, the focus of the articles were really irrelevant and to the point. So finally, we got 3 solid articles in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we did quite a large search that gave insight into what the problem is. And the findings were basically there were negative, somewhat negative mental health outcomes. It was a creeping threat. There was acute climatic stress events witnessed by persons witnessing death and destruction, certain uncertainty due to economic situations, housing, instability, loss, and more important, we are finding up in the Eastern Caribbean and other areas, potable water insecurity. There was some positive though. The benefit of green spaces, including urban settings on mental health and well-being, was found to be very good and very creative in Latin America and the Caribbean. However, please note, no definite neurological mechanisms or pathways were described in any of the research that came through. So as we move on. So what we did in Dialogue 1, we had an online dialogue with 8 focus groups. It was conducted in English, French, and Portuguese. So we had translation in each breakout room. We had also 2 focus group discussions, which were about 60 minutes each. And we were able to attract across Latin America and the Caribbean 80 participants from approximately 16 countries who were knowledgeable, actively engaged in climate knowledge generation, mitigation, or management, or also involved in mental health services and mental health delivery. Data were collected from 3 sources. So we had triangulation of data. We had trained note takers who sat in these breakout sessions. We had the real-time recordings of these sessions. And also we had the ad verbatim transcripts, which were translated at the end of the day for us. So we created 4 main research categories: pathways and mechanisms. This is how and why these impacts are happening. The impact, risk on the vulnerable groups. What are the mental health benefits of climate change? And basically, what are the mental health interventions in the context of climate change? So what we are trying to do is map basically across Latin America and the Caribbean how these 4 key themes impact. And what we basically did, all the non-English breakout rooms are translated via AI and rechecked by humans for contextual accuracy. It is subjected to a thematic hybrid framework analysis by a multidisciplinary team of researchers. The analysis established consistency in interpretation, a critical part of any qualitative mechanism of the coding with subsequent discussions and resolution. And once this quasi-iterator reliability was established, the translated and the transcript data set was divided among analysts for further and subsequent coding. Each transcript was then coded by one analyst with subsequent quality checks for consistency, as I said, in the application of the coding frame by a second analyst. So what did we find? I think this might have been what you all are waiting for. So we were able to come up with 32 teams, basically, and define the key terms that are required for research in the Caribbean and Latin America. The climate and mental health impacts being seen and experienced, and how best to explore them. So we came up with 25 research questions that we think researchers in the Caribbean and Latin America need to answer from this esteemed group who would have presented to us in those breakout rooms. And what were some of the priority research teams? The impact, the risk, and the vulnerable groups, we found varying issues among them. The risks varied by geography, and indigenous groups, farming groups, and coastal communities and migrant communities, children, women, and low socioeconomic status were found to be really the most impacted in the Caribbean. And there was a case of violence that came up, and it's something that we are really looking while we analyze part 2, because violence is now rearing its head as persons in vulnerable groups. So we look at that. The pathway and mechanism. So what we found, there was a domino effect, interdependent, cascading, and biological. Social and psychological factors actually are now being exacerbated by the issues developed from climate change. So we already recognize there are issues concerning climate change and mental health issues, across the region that we don't think are adequately being addressed. And what we are finding is that basically there are quite a number of biological, social, and psychological factors that impact mental health. And now we are going to place climate change upon that. So we know that we have some pathways that we need to explore how that relationship works. Mental health benefits of climate change, adaptation, and action. We found that some communities were really becoming resilient. And obviously the ones with higher economic background, we are trying to analyze where does that fall. So we can't say that with any certainty. But it is important that we create action, advocacy in the Caribbean, agency, and purpose. And we need to research these to find out how is that happening and what is taking place. Agencies basically pushing people to take action, or persons taking action at the end of the day. And what mental health interventions and solutions are available. Basically, people suggested community responses, trusting in the exponential, multi-system partnering, addressing combined socio and economic issues at the end of the day. And basically, what are the determinants of poor mental health outcomes secondary to acute climate change, such as heat? So many times we don't know when these climatic events take place, what are the poor outcomes at the end of the day. My dear friends, we are currently just analyzing and currently dealing with Dialogue 2, which will go more in depth into some of these research questions. What we intend to place there, what is the desired state of research that is required? What are the opportunities and enablers for this research? What are the challenges now to really implement these research questions? Who are the right people to partner and be stakeholders with? So I am here and I hope we have a lot of partners coming out of this, and setting the agenda for the priority and next step recommendation to the investors and actors, such as People as Wellcome Trust, Healthy Brain Global Initiative. You all need to fund these questions at the end of the day to ensure we have the answers to build a more resilient, better mental health situation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So right now we are finishing the analysis of 2 cross-sectional regional case survey and case studies have been developed, and we love to share at another point in time. And condensation of the data and sharing to multi-sectorial stakeholders is happening as soon as we finish this analysis. We have some references. I'll just like to end on one thought that we have seen coming out, and I am talking here about the Caribbean because we're writing a Caribbean case, by Jean-Jacques Boudreau, who said, sons of a fat and fertile soil are weak and feminine by nature, while those of a lesser are vigilant and eternally vigilant and productive. My dear friends, we are seeing that in the Caribbean. There's a fantastic case that is happening with Sargassum seaweed, and I hope I'll be able to share that with you all soon, where people have invested their time and energy, and I'm talking at the ground, in solving problems and creating solutions for themselves with multiple co-benefits. I wish to thank you all and hope to see most of you all in the near future and answer any questions. Thanks again. These are our references, and you can feel free for us to share anything at any point in time in the near future concerning this project to you all. Thanks again, my friends, and it was a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Dr. Maharaj. That was quite an eye-opening presentation, and I look forward to the answers to many of those research questions. At this point, are there any questions from the audience?
And I just want to make one statement. I see a hand is up, Vanessa Gill. I don't know.
No, go ahead, Doc. Make your point.
No. I saw Vanessa Gill's hand is up. I'm more than happy to take the question, because what I just want to say is really and truly the reason I went through the process. We need more and more Caribbean people getting involved in large global projects like these, because we have a lot to lend to the world. I just have to thank a very small farmer in Toco in Trinidad and Tobago, who is removing Sargassum seaweed, has developed a process for that to be utilized as fertilizer, cleaning the beach, and is actually creating co-benefits. And there's so much to learn from our people that we can give to the world that sometimes it's underestimated. And, you know, we need to get our voices involved globally. And I'm very happy if anyone can, you know, want to be part of this. Dr. Kodogan.
Yes. Hi, Dr. Maharaj. Thank you very much for this eye-opening presentation as to what is going on and what will happen. I think it's extremely important that it be pursued with vigor. Just a thought came to me, especially given the presentation that's coming up next, which is going to talk about agroecology, activities and, climate change, disaster management in the Caribbean with regards to animals. When it comes to mental health, animals can play a very, very significant role in helping us to get through, stress and all that kind of thing. In the research that you're doing, your focus groups, was anything discussed with regards to that? Do you have that on your research agenda as to the impact that our animals can have, both the livestock, which are important for livelihoods, and our companion animals that are very important for our mental health too, which we'll see later on in the conference. But any comments on that?
Yeah, no, definitely. And those sorts of things, this one was identifying the initial problems. Two was solutions to those problems. And definitely, I know for a fact, one of the vets who was at that conference would have identified quite a number. We haven't analyzed that piece as yet, but quite a number of animals besides dogs and cats, and especially in autism, also the use of horses to ease stress and deal with mental issues. But Jamaica came up actually in the use of dolphins and so on as recreation that eases tension, and it's how can we utilize our aquatic situation to also build that level of resilience mentally for persons at the end of the day to cope. So, it came true, but I mean, we haven't finished that thematic analysis to put it clearly as one of the potential solutions. So I don't want to, but I'm just giving some idea of what came out in the solution therapy. You might be better to tell me what's possible, but those are some of the things that came true.
I'd like to ask you, Dr. Maharaj, did you find anything pointing to, let us say, the development of post-traumatic stress disorder or depression, suicide, anything like that?
Correct. Those definitely came true, especially among indigenous groups. Post-hurricane issues for people, PTSD, it's significant. And it is definitely one of those research questions that we have outside there. And what was very, very interesting, and it's something that we have identified as a research question, but we're going more and more deeply in it. When you deal with, you said suicides, and suicides are, yes, definitely on that list, and especially among Trinidad and Guyana, we are seeing them high on the agenda. But places such as Haiti that suffer severe trauma, violence, homelessness, post some of these things, issues such as violence against women and the stress and additional. So you have the stress of losing your home, you have your stress of losing everything. You're out in the basically open to the world and the environment and basically the elements at the end of the day. And then there's this additional level of violence that is placed upon you. And it is somewhat not being ignored, it is acknowledged, but there's no set mental health process to deal with people coming out from these sort of situations. So the after effects of these sorts of climatic and I would say natural anthropogenic events does not stop just after the event, as you said. So it's just not PTSD that stopped. There is continuation of other potential risks that takes place. And that is something that we don't acknowledge. And we need to really work on that.
Dr. Maharaj, I look forward to next year, a follow-up, hopefully.
Not next year. I'm hoping in March we'll be presenting this whole thing to the world.
Okay, wonderful.
And we'll be doing it in Barbados. So we really hope that the world will be able to see everything, that we'll be able to. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. So we continue with our conference, and our next presentation is entitled One Health in Action, Carib Green Fostering Collaborations on Agro-Ecosystems Health. Now we have two presenters Dr. Jennifer Pradell and Ms. Lorelei Corsaw. I pronounced your name correctly. Now, Dr. Pradell is a veterinarian and researcher. She works with CIRAD, and that is the French Agricultural Research Center for International Development. She has a number of accomplishments, I should say, a master's degree in environment and health, followed by a PhD at the University of Science and Technology and Health, and that is in France, where she specialized in work on mosquitoes. Very interesting. Since 2020, she has been developing cross-sectoral collaborations, in particular with the plant health sector. I should point out that Dr. Pradell is coming to us from France. She's joined by Dr. Ms. Corsaw, who is currently One Health project manager based in Guadeloupe for the Carib Green project, and she works with Dr. Pradell for its implementation. She's qualified in veterinary sciences. She graduated with a master's from the University of Montreal in 2020, and generally someone who is quite devoted, I should say, to the One Health approach and scientific communication. Let's welcome our co-presenters today. Ladies, can you go ahead, please?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me fine?
I am hearing you fine.
Fantastic. So pleasant good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to participate in this One Health conference. And together with Lorelei, we will present you on the One Health in Action series implemented within the framework of Caribbean Project, aiming to foster collaborations on agroecosystem health in the Caribbean. But first, a little bit of background on the Caribbean Project and on the agriculture sector in the Caribbean, which has been throughout its history a very important sector. Although the region imports more agricultural product than it produces, agriculture remains important today for employment, the economies, food security, and livelihood. So, however, the acceleration of global trade and movements and climate change, natural habitat destruction is adding pressure on the agricultural sector overall. So the Caribbean Project is funded by the French development agencies and implemented by CIRAD and its key partners in the region like Banana Board in Jamaica, SENSA in Cuba, CariVet and CPHD, who are respectively the Caribbean networks for animal and plant health, covering the 34 countries and territories in the region. The aim of Carib Green is to promote a diversified and healthy and sustainable agriculture in the region with agroecology and integrated health management through the structuring of a collaborative platform for cooperation in health and agro-environment based on existing networks and infrastructure. So the project uses the integrative concept of agroecosystem health that recognize the interconnection between the health of the animals and plants that are produced on farms, but also the health of humans and their wide environment, whether it is natural, social, economic, or institutional. And thinking the health of agroecosystem as a whole, which, as you see from the definition, has a perimeter that goes far beyond the farms, but also include all the associated providers, market, institutions, and consumers. So this allows to address the types of challenges that health and agricultural professionals are currently facing locally, and that are driven by complex intersecting factors requiring a cross-sectorial response. So the One Health approach that promotes cross-sectorial and interdisciplinary collaborations is therefore very well suited for this project. However, if there is a strong international push to adopt One Health approaches to tackle wicked health problems, it is not clear how to do it right. And generally, there is a glaring gap between good intention and meaningful actions under the banner of One Health. And this is for good reason, because most of the societies, and us included worldwide, have not been trained in thinking and solving problems together in a holistic manner, nor to involve a diversity of specialists or communities and sectors in their work. But from the literature, we know that there are key attributes that are essential for One Health implementation, dealing with governance, partnerships, and resources that we do take into consideration for the project. So the key question is how to implement and sustain collaborations on the long term. First, it's very important to answer a couple of key questions and to engage for that a good diversity of key stakeholders. What long-term changes do we want to make? And what actions should we prioritize to generate impact? And as Kathy and Leon reminded at the beginning of the conference, little choices can have big impact, provided those choices are the good ones. So how do we know they are the good ones is also an additional question. We decided, and we know that strategic planning with the definition of a change-oriented strategy and a clear action plan to clarify how activities can be implemented is essential. And this is actually the objective of the One Health in Action series, to end up by the end of the project with an affirmative strategy to develop cross-sectorial game changer for agro-ecosystem health in the Caribbean. So how did we organize the One Health in Action series? And knowing that the objective is to start building bridges between disciplines and sector within the 24 months project lifetime. First, we discussed with the project partner about One Health, and we agreed on a shared understanding of what One Health is and what it implies. And after that, we drafted one-page primers on the key approaches that are mobilized during the project, and to explain what intersectoral actions are, what multi-solving and assets-based approaches, for instance. Then a core group of leaders of changes in the Caribbean was formed, and they identified priority topics and questions to address in the One Health in Action series. And they have also identified inspiring collaborative success stories that is important to analyze. So this led us to develop an implementation plan with an inventory of relevant actions in the Caribbean, an analysis of successes, and analysis of successful collaborative networks. And those results are expected to help us prepare the strategic planning, the long-term planning, for what will be happening after the project. And this workshop will be held in June 2024, June this year. So I need to present you the success story that we have identified in the Caribbean, and which is dealing with disaster management in the animal health sector. And it's important to mention before that CariVet had developed in the past a long-term strategy also to reduce the vulnerability of the animal and the livestock sector in front of disaster. So it was 5 years back in time. And that helped actually a lot to work on this case study. A very brief reminder, as you know, in 2021, the Sofia volcano of St. Vincent and the Grenadines had exploded during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, threatening the animals and the livestock sector. And the Caribbean veterinary community has decided to respond by providing emergency relief supplies, despite the fact that the network had no dedicated resources, no funds, and no regional plan. But still, 1 week after the first volcanic explosion, water, food for animals started to arrive in St. Vincent and the Grenadines from 8 Caribbean countries until recovery started. We know it was a success first because it was unprecedented, and also from what the CVO of the Chief Veterinary Officer of St. Vincent said, the response was appropriate, voluminous, and immediate. But also participants in this response highlighted the great success of the collaboration, the mechanisms, the coordination, the information sharing, etc. And an in-depth analysis of this success has actually been conducted within the framework of another project who we collaborated with. And they highlighted the leadership and also the importance of using existing resources and using also the experiences of the various networks that were involved. And this study was presented at the Global Conference last year at the World Health Organization for Animal Health. So we took advantage of the closure workshop of this project to organize the first One Health in Action leadership series. The idea was to organize the in-depth analysis, and the workshop started actually with the totem game, which highlighted the strengths and the quality of the participant, and we actually had also a lot of fun. We had organized several learning sessions to learn from the other sectors and other disasters, and we could complete the inventory as well as start analyzing successes and also information sharing in the networks. Now I'm giving the floor to Lorelai Corso, who is going to explain you exactly what has been done and the results. Over to you, Lorelai.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon, everyone. So this working session addressed the core question, how to truly break silos for successful cross-sectoral collaboration in disaster time, and how to sustain them. So with a positive thinking approach focusing on success analysis, we address the question, what do we consider as a success? And based on example, what worked well, would success be predictable, and why did it work well? And how could it have been more successful? Secondly, we wanted to understand how the network is organized facing a disaster. So who are the key actors? Who send information to who, why, and when? What were the mechanisms for connection, and how could have been more successful? And finally, we want to target what can we do or keep doing to support and sustain collaborations. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. So now I'm going to focus on the preliminary results. The participants from different sectors, countries, and organizations had to give example on their own experience of success in collaborative disaster management. And we have to understand that the notion of success was discussed during this session and agreed to not just be a disaster event where everything was under control and worked perfectly well, but where some elements were reported to contribute to a good disaster management. Following are some elements that were commonly shared by different countries and disaster events. It was reported that an important mobilization of resources was considered as a factor of success, shared by Haiti during the earthquake, or St. Vincent de Grenadine for the volcano eruption, and Guyana for the 2021 flooding. There was a good assistance from the public and many donations. There are examples of sudden and unpredictable events that occur with few time to react. The fast response to evacuate, and the reactivity of the community were considered as factors of success. Regarding the tornado in Havana and the deadly flood in St. Vincent that year of 2013, response plans with evacuation protocol and recovery plans were built following the events. So adding to what I've just said, there was also national, just before, I think you missed one slide. Yeah, adding to what I've just said, awareness for change and devastating creative action were also considered as a success to build plan when no one existed before. For example, Guyana considerably improved their disaster management for flooding after 2005, like recognizing housing infrastructure needs or replant the mangrove. For Dominica, the devastating hurricanes initiate a political will of Build Back Better since 2018. So COVID-19, that affected the whole Caribbean region, and not only, unfortunately, is a good example of national and international response. For instance, as it was observed in many countries, governments considered their community as a central sector, Many actors helped with assisting the public with providing shelters, food, etc., like the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals in Trinidad and in Jamaica, or the ODPEM still in Jamaica. As previously said, St. Vincent had a strong national and international support during the volcano eruption event from public and private sector, like national actors, NGOs, etc., for support, donation, coordination, etc., which among a fast response from Trinidad first and many actors and donors from Guadeloupe, for example. The flooding in Guyana involved the Civil Defense Commission linked with Ccfpj-Jvma to help with the mobilization of national and international actors. And last example is the oil in reserve fire that happened in Bay Matanzas in Cuba, that involved many international support, including a strong support from Mexico during the response phase. Go ahead. So most importantly, was mentioned the adaptation through continuous assessment, use of lessons learned, and adjustment of response strategies. Adding to what was already said, St. Lucia also contribute that way with effective and constantly improvement of public relations. People know who to contact, what to do, and more calls and donation were observed over the last 3 years. Regarding the volcano eruption of St. Vincent, the BioLive 2D project is an example of lessons learned assessment post-disaster. The resiliency, support, solidarity, and cohesion of the community was mainly shared between countries, especially those are facing sudden disaster where people are powerless, like the major floods of St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana, and the tornado in Havana, or when we are all impacted by a common sanitary crisis like COVID-19, which was considered to have strengthened collaboration, communication, and One Health approach. Finally, good preparation is a key and considered essential to achieve success in disaster. The 3 months of preparation of the volcano eruption of St. Vincent allowed time to prepare, do simulation exercise, know what to do, who to contact to reach the success of management of that event. So this slide is just summarizing what I've just said for your information. Adding to that, good factors commonly mentioned were good networking, communication, involvement of people, and a strong sense of community. The question 3, how could I have been more successful, has to be assessed. So this is this slide is the preliminary results about stakeholder and information sharing. So we have identified 2 groups of actors strongly interconnected, here encircled in yellow, ministries and disaster management agencies that are superconnectors. CARIVET is pretty isolated from them, and we strongly need to connect with superconnectors. This connection already started and are still continuing at regional level, following the recognition of CARIVET and the agricultural sector in disaster by the ODPM, so the Office of Disaster and Preparedness Management, after the workshop in Trinidad, and effort has also begun in Belize with NEMO, National Emergency Management and Organization. Secondly, the regional networks are fully connected to the countries, even though they are providing help. For CARIVET to be able to help its member more effectively, it is important to strengthen the regional level. The project is currently developing the regional emergency plan and associated tools. Third point, following a disaster, plant health sector might be impacted, including crop, which might impact animal health, for example, with the availability of feed, which might impact human health, for example, with food security or pet introduction. So throughout the discussion, it emerged that there was an important need for cross-sectoral information sharing and risk assessment in disaster. So propositions were made by participants to support and sustain collaboration, and they were categorized in main groups. So the first one is identification and use of resources, like to know existing disaster management or risk assessment tools and entities, inventory of past experience, the expertise of disaster professional, or to know existing successes for core benefits. So the second one is information sharing, for instance, to avoid misinformation, to keep track of information exchanges for lessons learned. The third one is intersectoral linkages with recommendation to take time to collaborate and systemize the One Health approach, bridge discussion to share common interests, or to empower and encourage bridges between ministries. Finally, some suggestions to maintain sustainability, like creating SOPs, centralized information, guidelines, contacts, etc., and involve small actors, young graduates, etc., so the strategy can be transmitted. So the results are not only seen in a strategy, but also in actors directly involved. As we see here with the feedback of the One Health in Action participants from Paul Gadogan, Victor Gongora, Duran Caruth, or Gavin Peters, as you can see on your left, we have seen that it federates and mobilizes the group and is highly fertile for collective intelligence. People who have been through this come out re-energized to work together. The One Health values are well respected in this work, and we've started to see concrete changes in the results. And that's important for motivating people involved in long-term initiatives. From what was already done, we can already see concrete results, as it was already said previously, meaning that the results are visible in the short term, like even after 1 or 2 years. So moving on, the implementation plan and possible contribution. So once all these results have been obtained, we need to think on the steps to build the affirmative strategy to develop cross-sectoral game changers for agro-ecosystem health in the Caribbean. Based on our case study, we need to think about what do we want. So we already know that what we want on a long term is an integrated multidisciplinary approach to be able to know disaster management applied within different government structures across the region and to have reproducible successes. What do we have now is that existing network, the memory of past events and use of lessons learned, and co-learning across sectors. Based on that, the exercise is to join reflection and effort on how do we put these things into practice to build a sustainable strategy that can be applied not only in disaster field, but maybe also in other field, taking example to other success analysis. And now I'm giving the floor to Jennifer for the following part of the presentation.
Thank you, Lorelai. Yes, so the analysis coming out of this One Health in Action series is going to be highly beneficial to the CARVET strategy because the group has decided to revise its action plan for the next 2 years. There is a new leading team and also the strategy will be revised. We expect also that the output of this work is going to directly feed the strategy that we need to develop for studying the possible impact of climate change on agro-ecosystem health for the long term, and that the multi-hazard approach is going to help us take a road from the lessons learned following a volcanic eruption to be able to address and tackle other threats. So this is also very quickly the result of the preliminary inventory of projects and relevant One Health initiatives. And what we expect is actually between February and June to complete this inventory with other initiatives that are being undertaken in the Caribbean. And that by participating in this study, the benefit is also for the group who will contribute by expanding their own network and making contact with other professionals in the region. This is the implementation plan of the One Health in Action series for the next 3 months and 6 months. So we have done already the first case study. And if there are highly motivated leaders of change, persons willing to develop collaboration further beyond their silo, and also groups who would see the mutual benefit for contributing to the study, they are heartedly welcome to contact us and to contribute to either inventory interviews just to establish contact or to share information. And if we find one or two other successful collaborative study that we can include in the One Health in Action series, it will also be a good contribution to the strategic planning workshop. The take-home messages, and it is the last slide, is that we have evidence over the past 3 to 6 months, the fact that it's an original One Health approach that is being conducted in the Caribbean. Disaster risk reduction and management appear to be a topic that is highly mobilizing the plant health, the animal health sector, the public and the private groups, and disaster agencies. Really, the output of the workshop we had in December were just fantastic. And also, it's very important to link with other leaders and well-established groups instead of creating new groups and creating new networks. This is really important. And of course, we are open to other fields that would be related to health, biodiversity, agriculture, or conservation. Disaster prevention, mitigation, and preparedness appear to be a relevant framework to work on agroecosystem health, and this will be discussed with the partners next week in Carib Green. And making an emphasis on the multi-solving approach, it's important that the participants and the project in this One Health in Action series see the co-benefit for them, and cross-fertilization is very important. We have taken the quote here from Colin Phillip, who is a key partner from the Biodiv 2D project in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and she made an emphasis at the end of the workshop on the need to take into account the new persons who need to be aware of the current mechanisms, and also to keep constant engagement and commitment is very important. We wanted to acknowledge all the participants in this project, and also if you want to have more information, you can download some documents that you may find useful, and also access to the LinkedIn page of the project. Thank you very much, and sorry for the time.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Pradelle and Ms. Corso, for that very interesting presentation. Are there any questions?
Not seeing any at the moment.
Not seeing any. What I liked about this this particular presentation was this start to finish. You could see what the participants, the researchers, for want of another description, were about. And I like the take-home message, which is very, very important in this case. The other very, 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 so far, another eye-opening presentation. So if there are no other questions or no other comments?
Yeah, well, I would just like to say, well, first, thank you so much to Jennifer and Lorelei for presenting this, all that we have been through and being done over the past, several years, especially, with the disaster risk management and, well, of course, the Carib Green emphasis as well. But to reinforce what my colleague, Dr. Phillips from St. Vincent said about succession planning, right? Meaning that for this movement, One Health to move forward, we need all of you out there, all the hundreds of you, over 1,000. I don't know how many are over on YouTube, to, take up the gauntlet, especially the young people, to learn about these things and get engaged in these various projects in order to take this thing forward. Because those of us who are here now, we ain't going to be around forever, right? So I just wanted to underline that. I think that's a very, very important point that Colleen made. Okay, that's all.
Yes, I'm totally in agreement with you, Mr. Cadogan. We're not going to be here forever. So we need people to continue, and this is really excellent work. So again, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to all involved. Let us continue with our program. And our next speaker is Ms. Robin Young, and the title of her presentation is Deep Sea Mining. Is it worth the risk? And Ms. Young is a young scientific officer at the University of the West Indies Center for Marine Sciences, and she has a BSc in marine biology, and she has loved the ocean all her life. She says that being employed at the center is a dream come true as an early career professional, and she has the opportunity to work alongside with some of the premier marine biologists in the island, and her fascination has grown into a passion. She also is focused on deep sea mining, and I'm quoting here. She says that working with the Sustainable Ocean Alliance has opened my eyes to deep sea mining in a way I would never have thought of before. So we're going to hear more about the deep sea mining from Ms. Robin Young. Ms. Young, please begin your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. Good evening, good morning, good night, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much for having me on your program for the One Health Conference. I am absolutely excited and ready to share with you all the topic of deep seabed mining. I only have 20 short minutes, so I'm just going to try to squeeze in as much information as I can in the shortest time possible. So without further ado, let us talk about deep seabed mining.
Hi, we're happy we met up with you. We wanted to interview you for our deep sea expedition. As you are aware, there is a rush to mine the deep sea.
Wait, what do you mean there's a rush?
Right now, there are ongoing meetings at the International Seabed Authority in Jamaica that can decide the fate of how soon deep sea mining can start. And it may even begin well before the proper regulations are put in place.
The fate of our oceans would be in grave danger for now and future generations if we don't stop and truly think about the potential damaging impacts of a deep seabed mining industry.
I totally agree with you. All the organisms that live down here, including myself, never thought that our home would be in jeopardy. We have heard about puzzling and quite alarming environmental issues that have majorly impacted the health of our oceans, but we were not aware that talks of the deep sea mining were happening and it could start soon. Might I ask how soon?
Deep seabed mining can start as early as 2023.
This is not great news. This is the only home we know, the only home we will ever have. We have adapted to living in the deep sea for many years. What can I do to help? How do we stop this from happening?
Well, while many scientists and nations are calling for a precautionary pause or a temporary halt on deep sea mining, we still have a duty to educate everyone on the matter and help them to understand the potential impacts of a deep seabed mining industry. Would you like to share with everyone why the deep sea is so important?
Yes, definitely. There are so many amazing benefits of the deep sea. Where do I even begin? Firstly, the deep sea is a biological pump regulating the Earth's climate system. It transports carbon from the atmosphere into the deep ocean, where it is sequestered, reducing the levels of carbon in the surrounding air. Not only is carbon sequestered in the water, but large marine life forms, such as some whales, can weigh up to 50 tons and live over 200 years, can store large amounts of carbon for a very long time. When they die, their bodies sink to the ocean floor, but they still contain large amounts of carbon that remain trapped. Nutrient generation is another amazing benefit, and the highest nutrient concentration is right here in our own backyard. How cool is that? As light does not penetrate to deep depths, the sea is devoid of producers that would otherwise assimilate those nutrients to grow. Instead, nutrients are regenerated through decomposition of organic material by my bacterial friends. Additionally, many useful compounds for pharmaceutical and medicinal purposes are found in the deep sea. I have amazing friends that work hard every day at keeping a sustainable balance in these deep depths, despite the many challenges we have faced over the years.
It truly is exceptional of the major role that the deep sea plays in our everyday lives. And that is why we wanted to share your perspective on the matter.
Yes, indeed. Your insight has been remarkable, and we thank you for sharing. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us so we can share with everyone once we get back on land?
Yes, most of us grow really slowly. We're late at maturing, and as a result, we have slow reproductive rates. Not to mention, you can't find some of my friends anywhere else in the world, which means they're endemic. With these characteristics, it is not easy for us to recover from human disturbance, and sometimes we may not recover at all. As such, we are highly susceptible to threats like deep sea mining and vulnerable to extinction. Please urge them to rethink their decision to mine the deep. Our lives and the home we have lived in for so many years depend on it.
Oh, I am so sorry. I skipped all the way. Alrighty, so I really hope you guys enjoyed that little introductory video of deep seabed mining, and I hope that as my presentation goes on, I'll be able to answer some more of the questions that you might have. So what exactly is the deep sea? The deep sea is broadly defined as the ocean depths where light begins to dwindle, where light begins to fade. And that's at around 200 meters or about 656 feet. So conditions in the deep sea are very specialized with low temperatures, very, very dark, no light penetrates the deep sea, and very high pressure. So what is deep seabed mining? Deep seabed mining is an emerging commercial extractive industry which companies and other startups and their government allies are attempting to launch with the goal to mine mineral deposits from the ocean seabed. And mining methods vary with the types of mineral deposits that they are trying to extract, ranging from extremely disruptive mining nodules on the seafloor and deep drilling and even demolition of mountaintops. Yes, we do have mountaintops in the ocean and on land deposits. So exactly how does deep seabed mining take place? As we had mentioned before, mining processes vary with what it is we want to mine. However, this lovely photo provided to us by the IUCN kind of gives us an overview of what the deep seabed mining process looks like. So there is a vessel on the sea surface, and there is a tethered ROV, or a remote operated vehicle, that is sent all the way down to the sea floor. It takes everything in its path. It's like a huge vacuum cleaner. So it just cleans up everything on the sea floor. It is sent back up to the vessel on the surface, and they take what they want, and what they don't want, there is a dewatering pipe that is funneled back down into the sea, and it gets rid of all the debris. Everything that they want to discard is sent back into the sea. So what is it exactly that is causing all of this commotion? Why are we mining? What are we mining for? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to the polymetallic nodule. The polymetallic nodule is a potato-sized, potato-shaped, rock-like structure that it's calcareous and it's concentric. So it is formed from a single core, which could be something as small as a bone or a scale or another rock or something, and over thousands of years under high pressure, mineral deposits such as iron, nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese form these polymetallic nodules. So as you can see on my image, that's exactly what it looks like on the seafloor. It covers vast areas, and this is the primary mineral deposit that they want to mine. Other than polymetallic nodules, they want to mine hydrothermal vents. Hydrothermal vents are like mini underwater volcanoes that shoot warmed seawater from the mantle, and around the volcano, around the hydrothermal vent, there are sulfide deposits, lead, zinc, gold, and silver. And we have seamounts, which are cobalt-rich ferromanganese crust, very important minerals and the minerals that they are after. So ladies and gentlemen, you may be asking, where are these nodules? Where are these hydrothermal vents? Where are these seamounts? They are found all over the world. The tiny blue dots that you're seeing indicate where these precious minerals are located. And as you can see, they're fairly spread across the world. However, I would like to draw our attention to the red circled areas, and those are the areas that they are looking to mine right now. As you can see, the red circles kind of circle where there's more concentration of nodules and vents and so on. And what I want to point you to, especially the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, or the CCZ. This is the area that they're looking to mine right now. And let's look at it in a little more detail. So the Clarion-Clipperton Zone extends from the western coast of Mexico across the Pacific Ocean, right just a little underneath Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize the size of the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. The breadth of the CCZ is approximately the same breadth as the country of Canada. It is absolutely huge. And, mining this area could cause damage far and wide. This is an area that is extremely, extremely big. It is vulnerable. It is teeming with life. And this is exactly where they want to mine. As you can see, there are some little colored blocks, colored squares. And from the key at the bottom of the diagram, you can see the different countries and the different companies that want to mine this specific zone, the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. So different countries want a small piece of the pie for their own financial gain. Now, as you would have heard from the scientists in our video, the International Seabed Authority. This is a UN-operated organization, and the headquarters of the ISA, you guessed it, is right here in Kingston, Jamaica. Every year, for 3 times for the year, they have meetings to negotiate the rules and the regulations of deep seabed mining. Now, questions have been circulating or have been asked about the ISA's fit for purpose. The ISA has the mandate to protect the seabed, protect its biodiversity, but it also has the mandate to regulate mining activities. So you can see where it's kind of conflicting and it's kind of controversial. So there have been questions circulating with the International Seabed Authority. I'm sorry about the picture, it's a little blurry, but ladies and gentlemen, I also want to inform you that Blue Minerals Jamaica Limited has signed an exploration contract for mining of the nodules, aka Jamaica is in a pro-mining stance, and this is not good. As a small island developing state, we know that we are the most vulnerable to impacts of climate change, to impacts of pollution. Anything bad that happens, we in the Caribbean, we small island states, we feel it the most. Therefore, it is very disappointing news. However, no mining has started as yet. We still have the power, we still have the voice to change the minds of our government. So what exactly is the issue? Why shouldn't we mine? I like to flip the question and say, what isn't the issue, but just for clarity and just for explanation purposes, I'll go through a few points with you. The first and foremost, there is just not enough scientific data on the deep sea. Currently, we know more about what's on the surface of the moon than we know about what is in our ocean. Approximately only 5% of our ocean has been explored, and that is mostly in the mesopelagic area. Nothing in the deep sea, or very little about the deep sea, is known. So we must err on the side of caution. We must wait for more scientific data to be presented to us to see if this is a reasonable, if this is a safe, and if this is a practical decision to make. We are also in the midst of a triple planetary crisis. The first one being, of course, climate change. I'm sure everyone remembers last year, we had a period of severe drought. The temperatures were sky high, and that was followed by tropical storms being formed every minute. It seemed as one tropical storm disappeared, another one formed. Then we had heavy rainfalls, we had flooding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is climate change in real time. We are also facing the crisis of pollution, plastic pollution, marine pollution, land pollution, air pollution. These are things that we are slowly trying to overcome, but we are not there yet in terms to start a new industry that could potentially exacerbate these problems. And of course, biodiversity loss through habitat loss, deforestation, coral bleaching, and so on. We are in the midst of all of these crises. It is not the time to start something new. As Jabari, our anglerfish friend, said, the ocean is the largest carbon sink on Earth. Therefore, it is one of our only allies against climate change because it acts as a carbon sink to remove carbon dioxide from our atmosphere. Mining cannot happen in isolation. The ocean knows no bounds like we do here on land. The ocean is one big soup, as I like to say. Anything that happens in one area will inevitably affect other areas. Of course, the inevitable destruction of marine ecosystems. The ROVs that are sent down, they cannot decipher what is a nodule and what is not. They just take everything in its path, more than likely killing all the organisms in its way and sending back the dead organisms back into the sea. There is transparency and corruption issues within the ISA as well. They aren't telling us enough. They aren't allowing us into some of the meeting rooms. The ISA is said to be biased to pro-mining as well. So there are issues within the ISA, as I had spoken about earlier. And mining could start without the proper regulations being put in place, meaning they don't necessarily want to wait until the ISA has all the documentations ready to say, yes, you can go ahead, or no, you cannot go ahead. Mining can start without any regulations being put in place. So it's almost like a free-for-all would happen. They can mine as much as they want, where they want, when they want. And there was a 2-year rule, a legal loophole that was triggered by the country of Nauru last year in the ISA meetings, meaning that in 2 years' time, with or without the regulations being put in place, mining will start. And if the ISA doesn't comply, there could be legal action taken against them. So that is a legal loophole, and it is very, very dangerous and approaching very, very soon. This piece of document shows some of the potential risks and impacts of deep seabed mining. There are a lot to look at, but I just want to highlight a few. Greenhouse gas emissions from operations, both on the vessel and back on land, where they will refine the nodules and refine all the minerals that could, of course, exacerbate global warming. Vibration and noise disturbance. We know that some marine mammals, such as whales and dolphins, they use their sound, they use echolocation and so on to find each other, to find food. When you put noise and other vibrations to disturb their natural way of going around and so on, that of course causes a very, very big problem. Another very, very harmful effect of deep seabed mining could be the sediment plumes. Remember when I said that they release everything back into the water that they do not want? This sediment plume, of course, is debris, dust, dead organisms. It could disrupt life as we know it in the mesopelagic area, that is the area of the ocean where most organisms live and thrive. A lot of people think that trees are the ones who produce the most oxygen on our earth. No, it's not trees. This is phytoplankton that live in the ocean. They need their sunlight. The sediment plumes could smother corals. The sediment plumes could disrupt phytoplankton from getting the sunlight that it needs to give us the oxygen that we need. So I will share this presentation with you all so you could go through, but I just wanted to highlight those few.
Is there audio in this video? Probably how you shared.
You're not hearing
Share
the
with
audio?
audio. No, I'm hearing you, but we're not hearing the audio.
Uh-oh, I'm not exactly sure what to do. It's all right. I'll share the presentation and you guys can watch the video later on.
No problem. Thank you.
So there is light at the end of the tunnel. You know, as I had mentioned before, mining has not started yet. Therefore, there is still the chance for us to fight against this. The number one piece of advice I would give to everyone watching here is definitely do your research. Even though there isn't a lot of data of the deep sea, you know, reading up, there are articles, there has been some research done. Keep informed, keep abreast of the news. You know, just type in deep seabed mining in Google and you will see a plethora of books, information, you know, journal articles from scientists and so on. You must keep informed. Advocacy is very important. Exactly what I'm doing now. I'm advocating for the stop of deep seabed mining. This is what will drive the governments all across the world. They know that we're listening. They know that we're aware. They want it to happen behind closed doors. You know, deep seabed mining has kind of been going on under the radar, but it is, as a marine biologist, as an activist, it is my duty to ensure that everyone knows about what is going on in our planet. Signing petitions as well. I know a lot of petitions are country restricted, meaning you have to be either a citizen or a resident of the country, but there are several open letters, there are several open petitions. Just add your name to that so that whosoever is organizing the petition can go and say, yes, Robin Young signed onto this petition to say stop deep seabed mining. Another very important thing is to become more environmentally aware and taking personal accountability. I say take personal accountability because the whole reason they want to mine in the first place is to meet all the consumers' demand. You don't necessarily need the new iPhone every single time it comes out. They want to push this agenda onto us, you know, that it is the clean energy transition, which is complete greenwashing. So we must become more environmentally aware. I like to tell all my colleagues that I talk to, small ripples make big waves. So recycle when you can, reduce when you can, reuse when you can, and focus on renewable energy and the circular economy. Dr. Henry would have introduced that to us at the beginning of the conference, you know, wave energy and so on. We must put more efforts, put more innovation into renewable energies and into circular economies. And the last one I would share, because I'm sure I'm running out of time, is definitely spreading awareness. I would hope that my message today does not stay here. I hope that you take what I have said and you can go on and share it with others, share it with your colleagues, share it with your friends, with your families, so that the message gets out there little by little. As I said, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, I'm sorry. There is light at the end of the tunnel. 24 countries have voted for no deep seabed mining in the International Seabed Authority meetings, the most recent being Mexico and the United Kingdom. France is the only country so far who has advocated for a total ban, but no worries. There is still time. There is still efforts for us to stop deep seabed mining. Unfortunately, though, just on Tuesday, the 9th of January, Norway voted to begin deep seabed mining exploration. Exploration and exploitation are different. However, to explore, they must technically mine. They have to take up the nodules to do their research on it, which in turn would still inevitably destroy the seabed. Even though where they want to mine in the Arctic is technically under their jurisdiction, this is an area that is almost the size of Italy. Very, very big, it's just a huge, huge, huge area. And even though it's sad news, nothing has started yet, and there is still time. Right. So these are some of the other NGOs and organizations that are fighting against deep seabed mining. There's the Deep Sea Conservation Coalition, there's WWF, TBA21, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, the Ocean Foundation, and so many more. So, if you want to become involved in a movement, think about researching these organizations as well and see how you can get involved. And to wrap up, I have a video.
Deep seabed mining. From mermaids and the Kraken to the Loch Ness Monster, the ocean has been fascinating humans for centuries. We've all heard about the lost city of Atlantis, listened to scary tales of the oceans, and seen cartoons like The Little Mermaid and SpongeBob SquarePants. There is no doubt that the ocean is an absolutely magical place, budding with life forms all contributing to our existence. As the saying goes, we live on a blue planet, covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface, with about 321 million cubic miles of water. The ocean plays a crucial role in regulating our climate, generating oxygen, feeding billions, providing livelihoods, facilitating medical advancements, offering cultural and spiritual benefits, and supporting the greatest biodiversity on the planet. In dark, unmapped territories, out of human sight, is a world of wonder and mystery. You might think I'm referring to deep space, but right here on our planet is the secret of the deep sea, an environment less explored than the moon. The deep sea is classified as anything below 200 meters, and it goes all the way down to 11 kilometers deep. Previously, the deepest reaches of the ocean were thought to be devoid of life, as light does not penetrate beyond 1,000 meters deep. As science improves and new technologies emerge, underwater drones, for example, are being deployed to explore undersea frontiers, and new tools are helping scientists to both discover new wonders of the ocean and measure and understand what they find. Chimney-like structures called hydrothermal vents were discovered, and these vents allow tube worms, clams, mussels, and other organisms to survive, not via photosynthesis, but chemosynthesis, a process in which microbes convert chemicals released by the vents into energy. Additionally, the seafloor contains an extensive array of geological features. These include abyssal plains, 3,500 to 6,500 meters below the sea surface, volcanic underwater mountains known as seamounts, hydrothermal vents with bursting water, heated by volcanic activity, and deep trenches such as the Mariana Trench. But this incredible environment is now under threat, even though we're only just discovering its mystery. On the seabed are a bunch of rocky nodules that definitely don't look spectacular, but they're attracting a lot of unwanted attention from the mining industry. These clumps that kind of look just like ordinary rock at first sight are called polymetallic nodules. These are potato-like rocks rich in iron, nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese. Sulfide deposits with lead, zinc, gold, and silver have also been discovered near hydrothermal vents, and cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts that cover seamounts. We use these metals for batteries, smartphones, laptops, electric cars, photovoltaic systems, and other types of power storage. The question is, should we mine them? Some argue that these precious metals are needed to support the green revolution, but the ocean is currently facing more threats than any time in history. Cumulative pressures from overfishing, climate change, and pollution are putting our big blue backyard and all the marine life that finds a home there at risk of collapse. Mining these metals would only add to the already existing pressures faced by the ocean, and the effects could be catastrophic. This brings us to the topic of deep sea mining. So, what exactly is deep sea mining? It is the process of extracting polymetallic nodules, polymetallic sulfides, and cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts from the seafloor. While the different mineral deposits require different mining techniques, they all entail the physical destruction of seabed life and habitats, as well as further negative impacts on the marine environment far beyond the mining site. In fact, deep sea mining could become the largest mining operation in the history of humanity. Seafloor massive sulfide and cobalt-rich crusts require the use of cutting and drilling tools to break up and extract the minerals, while polymetallic nodules are sucked up by huge vacuum cleaner-like collection vehicles the weight of the NASA space shuttle. The equipment is remotely operated, and the collected material is piped to a collection vessel on the water's surface. From there, the minerals are processed and transported to land, while the remaining sediments are released back into the water, creating an underwater dust storm that is predicted to disturb marine life far and wide. Many of the impacts of deep sea mining will be irreversible. Once it starts, there's no going back. Deep seabed mining is an industry that has been valued at 2 to 20 billion US dollars. However, it threatens to disrupt a much wider ocean economy, valued at 1.5 to 2.4 trillion US dollars annually. Because marine ecosystems have no obvious physical boundaries, deep seabed mining cannot occur in isolation, and its impacts would not be limited to the ocean floor. History has shown us that burning fossil fuels has contributed massively to anthropogenic climate change, and that the way we've been fishing, farming, producing, and consuming has caused widespread biodiversity loss. We now have the benefit of being able to learn from the past. We must be wary of giving another extractive industry the green light. According to Margarita Mendez and Wahoo Martin, the lack of knowledge about oceanic systems and their ecosystemic complexity and richness is enormous. It is only with profound ignorance that the practice of deep sea mining can be adopted. As we know from other forms of resource extraction, such as fracking, once a technology becomes commercially viable and has the backing of both powerful industrial lobby and national governments, and the revolving door between the two, there's no going back. Ecosystems that are thousands of years old cannot be remade, and systemic tipping points cannot be uncrossed. As Caribbean youth, we are willing to put protecting nature and the ocean before mining company profits. The ocean is worth much more than just the value of its finite resources. The long-term benefits of a healthy ocean far outweigh any short-term incentives offered by deep seabed mining. Opening up this new frontier for extraction would destabilize delicate ocean ecosystems and fatally undermine the foundation of a circular economy. Join as we take a stand. Hashtag Caribbean Youth Against Deep Sea Mining. We are calling on all of you to help us defend the deep.
I am so sorry. The video was just a little bit long.
Well, Miss Young, I have to say thank you for that most excellent presentation. The comments are reflecting of what I have just said. Thank you very, very much.
So
because what you have done is that you're bringing to us another existential threat.
Yes.
That is what it is. That is what it is. There are a few comments, quite a number of comments here. One is pretty long. One is the existing petitions we can sign.
Absolutely. Down there you can see some Instagram accounts, Stop Deep Sea Mining _JA at SOA Alliance as well. There are hundreds of petitions that can be signed. You definitely have to look for them. If you would like me to share with you all,
Yes,
I can absolutely do that.
Love that.
But yes, there are several petitions that we can sign.
There's another, probably you're going to have to answer this in the interest of time in the chat, but can this process affect tectonic plates?
The truth is, I'm not 100% sure because, as I mentioned before, not much research has been done on the seabed, but I can absolutely probably say yes, especially with those heavy ROV vehicles. Yes. I'm sure tectonic plates can be disturbed. There would be much more volcanic activity. The truth is we are not sure. And because we aren't sure, we should not go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Paula Henry has her
I
hand
have a burning question. Isn't there an international body that governs the law of the sea? And every coastal state can exercise sovereignty over its territorial sea, right? So is that being included in the whole process? I have to ask.
That is the mandate of the International Seabed Authority, Dr. Henry. As I said, it is a UN-operated entity. That is the entity that is supposed to be protecting the seabed. As I had mentioned earlier in my presentation, it has a conflicting mandate. It's supposed to protect, but then at the same time, it's also supposed to regulate what's happening. So there have been questions around, the fit for purpose of the ISA, but currently the ISA is the only one with the specific mandate for the seabed. So advocates like myself and so on, we have to keep fighting, keep protesting, make our voices heard at the ISA meeting.
Definitely. I see Dr. Cadogan has his hand up. Dr. Cadogan.
Yes. Well, first up, just to, pour cascade praise onto Robin for this presentation. Awesome. I mean, you see the comments just flowing.
I have to take some time to read them.
Us here today, and we are thrilled that you were here, and to think that you are the youngest presenter we have ever had. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. My quick question is the CCZ, you said a Jamaican company has gotten the go-ahead to mine, but so no deep sea mining itself would be occurring within the Caribbean basin, which is kind of what I thought was going to happen.
No, not directly in the Caribbean. However, as you probably have seen on my map, there are nodules in the Atlantic Ocean. I know that we're focusing on the CCZ right now, but for example, if that goes well, as they say, they could move into other areas. We know that the Atlantic Ocean is our next door neighbor. anything that happens in the Atlantic will inevitably affect the Caribbean Sea. So while, you know, it's not happening in Jamaican waters, it's not happening in Caribbean waters, maybe in the long run, it will happen in the Atlantic right next door. And of course, all of that will inevitably affect the Caribbean Sea as well. So we have to stop it now. Even though it's not happening now, we have to stop it now before it happens later.
And the other thing that just popped into my head is that this area in the Pacific is right kind of in the zone where you have El Nino and La Nina. And of course, I don't know if they would, you know, the research will be there to know how it could impact that phenomenon, which could then affect our climate and hurricanes and droughts and all that.
Definitely. You are absolutely right, Dr. Cadigan. You know, any kind of activity that happens in the sea, whether it be deep sea currents or, you know, La Nina events, those effects would be exacerbated. As I had mentioned before, we don't know enough. However, we can just, you know, assume the impacts, you know, based on prior research. Those are the things that we have to think about. And, you know, unfortunately, those kind of scientific conversations have been left out in the meetings of the ISA as well. So it's up to me and other NGOs and so on to make our voices heard at those meetings, you know, backed up by scientific research to say, you know, this is not a good idea.
Okay.
Oh. Thanks again.
I'm taking up so much time, but thank you all for paying attention and listening. I can go ahead and answer in the comments if you have any more questions.
Okay, thanks. All the best to you. Continue your good work. Please, please keep it up. Keep up the advocacy.
I will.
I do believe our next, do we have our sponsors video up, Sam?
Seretide is effective for asthma control. Good asthma control aims to have no daytime symptoms, use rescue medication no more than twice a week, experience no nighttime awakenings or limitations in activities or sports, thus minimizing mortality, exacerbations, and medication side effects. Seretide offers higher effectiveness with a higher likelihood of providing the best response compared to inhaled corticosteroids or leukotriene modifiers. It presents a 8.7% increase in symptom-free days and an 8% increase in days without the use of salbutamol compared to patients receiving double doses of inhaled corticosteroids. Moreover, this benefit is prolonged over time. Seretide improved individual clinical outcomes and overall asthma control when compared to the use of double doses of inhaled corticosteroids in previously uncontrolled patients on low doses of inhaled corticosteroids. Seretide is a product with proven efficacy for over 20 years and comparable rates of adverse events to inhaled corticosteroids.
That's it for the sponsor spot. Back to you, Dr. J.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much, everyone, for continuing to stay with us. Our next presenter is a well-known medical doctor, Dr. Paul Scott. He's an internist and consultant pulmonologist at the University Hospital of the West Indies. You know, Dr. Scott, after working at UA and University Hospital of the West Indies, he went to Canada, where he completed training in pulmonology and critical care medicine. And it was while he was in Canada, he developed an interest in sleep disorders, and he trained in this particular area during his elective period, during his fellowship. He returned to Jamaica and he has pioneered sleep investigations in Jamaica. And he has a number of publications in peer-reviewed journals outside of medicine. His main interest is working with youth, and he has been youth coordinator at the Church of Ascension, that's an Anglican church, since 2012. So we welcome Dr. Scott, almost at the podium, but we welcome him this evening, and his topic is asthma, factors affecting treatment outcomes in the era of climate change. Dr. Scott, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Campbell, and let me thank the association for having invited me. Let me ask first, are you hearing me well?
I'm hearing you.
Well, yes, let me thank the association that are involved in this presentation, the Caribbean Association of Family Physicians, and of course, the Jamaica Veterinary Medicine Association, for inviting me to be a part of this presentation. I would like to go to my slides. I'm going to go to slide share. And of course, I'm going to be talking about bronchial asthma, a topic that has been very near and dear to me. The talk is sponsored by GlaxoSmithKline, a well-known manufacturer of asthma medication. And so I do have some disclaimers here that I am not an employee of GSK, that the talk itself is sponsored, and that I am being paid for this presentation. Now, whenever we talk about asthma, we have to come down to the basics of asthma, because no matter what we do, no matter what we say, no matter what we end up doing at the end of the day, and even in terms of climate change, how the climate affects asthma, it has to come down to the principle of understanding what exactly is asthma. And asthma is a chronic airway disease that is driven by airway inflammation. And it's important that we understand the concept, because in everything that we do, in all the studies, in all the implications, it comes down to these predominantly underlying driving factors, which of course we don't understand fully, but these are the facts of asthma. It's a chronic airway inflammatory disease. It creates two pathways, a pathway of reversible airflow obstruction and a pathway of bronchial hyperresponsiveness. And both of these go hand in hand and are very critical in terms of all the manifestations of asthma. They are both important in establishing the diagnosis of asthma. So when we look at using pulmonary function testing in terms of determining whether asthma is present or not, we use reversible airflow obstruction, and we can also use bronchial hyperresponsiveness. Also, when we look at airflow obstruction, we look at this is one of the driving forces that produce symptoms, the symptoms that we're perhaps most familiar with, which is wheezing. But what I would like to highlight by the time I'm finished today, is that this is not the sole symptom that we should focus on. Asthma may reverse, or the airflow limitation may reverse fully, even without medications. And as a result of that, at times when persons are seen, they may be quite well, but the reversal may not be complete. And in some cases, one may have ongoing airflow limitations. The airflow obstruction affects the risk of exacerbations, something that we're going to be looking at later on, may have no discernible symptoms. So patients can have airflow obstruction and yet feel perfectly fine. And it's also important for physicians or doctors to recognize that even when they examine patients with airflow obstruction, there may be no signs. When we look at bronchial hypersensitivity, we've already stated the fact that it's used in the diagnosis. It produces symptoms, and these symptoms of bronchial hypersensitivity are often related to sensitivity of environmental factors. Here we're looking at things like temperature change, we're looking at things like humidity, pollen. All of these things impact bronchial hypersensitivity and therefore can impact asthma. Bronchial hypersensitivity affects the risk of developing an exacerbation. Important to know that it may have no overt symptoms, and especially for physicians to recognize that there are no signs of bronchial hypersensitivity. So one will never be able to examine a patient and find that they have signs of bronchial hypersensitivity. So the underlying issue in asthma is that because of the changes that I've described, the chronic airway inflammation, this results in the fact that the asthmatic lung is different from the normal lung. And it's different in a number of ways. There's an increase in the presence of inflammatory cells, as we say, a chronic inflammatory disease. There is an abnormal increase in mucus glands and therefore a tremendous increase in the amount of mucus that's produced by asthmatic lungs. And there's a tremendous increase in the hypertrophy or concentration of smooth muscles. And the combination of all of this helps the asthmatic lung generate the symptoms that we are quite familiar with. So when we look at reversible airflow obstruction, the common symptom that we mentioned was that of producing wheezing. But in addition, one may get chest tightness, shortness of breath, and it is important to recognize that airflow obstruction may be absent except at the moment of an exacerbation. So one can get a kind of false sense of security, a false sense that things are not too bad because we have not demonstrated airflow obstruction, but need to know that at the moment of an exacerbation, there can be a tremendous increase in airflow obstruction. Airflow obstruction, we said, may persist even in the absence of symptoms, and the severity of ongoing airflow obstruction and the severity of the response of the airflow obstruction during an exacerbation can impact severity of symptoms and the risk of hospitalization and dying. Now, in the case of bronchial hyperresponsiveness, it identifies the potential for exacerbation. So a patient who has perfectly normal examination and perfectly normal pulmonary function tests may have quite tremendous bronchial hypersensitivity and may have a severe life-threatening exacerbation even after all of these other tests have been found to be normal. And it is an important aspect of bronchial asthma that has been overlooked for many years and that we need to pay more attention to. It impacts the severity of an exacerbation in the sense that the more severe the bronchial hyperresponsiveness, the more severe will be the exacerbation when it comes on, and therefore the greater the risk of hospitalization and death. So bronchial hypersensitivity is a tremendous factor in determining the risk of exacerbation, the severity of the exacerbation, and the potential outcome of exacerbation. So this is a study where we looked at a number of variables that may impact the lungs and impact the risk of asthma in terms of exacerbation. And here we divided them into so-called pulmonary, extrapulmonary, and psychosocial aspects. So the pulmonary aspects include patients who have exercise-induced symptoms. And it's important to recognize that exercise-induced symptoms, which are seen in as much as a third of asthmatics, is really a feature of bronchial hyperresponsiveness and perhaps should not be considered as a unique form of asthma, but simply another manifestation of bronchial hypersensitivity. Bronchial hypersensitivity can also be demonstrated in the form of coughing, in the form of airflow limitation, and in the form of other inflammatory changes in the lungs. And when you look at these on the left-hand side, these are all areas that we can attempt to treat and reduce the risk of one developing an exacerbation. In the case of extrapulmonary conditions, atopic rhinosinusitis, atopy and rhinosinusitis are the big ones to consider. And of course, other conditions that may also be included, which is not on this slide here, is gastroesophageal reflux disease. Now, factors that could affect response to treatment include a number of underlying issues, and this include climate, smoking, underlying forced expiratory volume at 1 second, the so-called FEV1, the BMI, gender, seen more severe or problems with treatment may be seen more common in females, the underlying level of asthma control, and of course, previous asthma exacerbations, which are really a marker for the presence of significant uncontrolled bronchial hyperresponsiveness. And all of these have an impact on determining the response that one may get for a patient who is already taking asthma treatment medication. So some of the present climate issues that may have a negative impact on asthma, or I should say on impact, because not all of the impacts are negative, include global warming. And global warming presents a number of problems. It is associated with extremes of weather, that is temperature changes that are extremely high or extremely low. And one of the things that we've learned about the asthmatic lung, in particular as it relates to bronchial hypersensitivity, is that this lung is fairly sensitive to temperature change. In the context of drought, there is a tremendous amount of dust and pollution that's generated in the atmosphere. And of course, one may also get an increased aerosolization of pollen. And both dust and pollen have been shown to have a significant increase in exacerbations of asthma. Excessive rainfall can also contribute as it's associated with high humidity. Again, something that is associated with increased exacerbation of asthma. And high humidity is associated with an increase in mold or mold growth. And we have essentially seen over the last few years an explosion of mold growth throughout the world. And this is not a phenomenon just in Jamaica, but throughout the entire world. A tremendous increase in mold, even in buildings. And these have impacted patients or persons' ability to work in some of these buildings, so-called contributing to some aspects of so-called sick building syndrome. And of course, storms with their extreme temperatures and associated phenomena can all, again, have a negative impact on the asthmatic patient. Global warming also contributes to an increase in ozone production locally, and ozone production and ozone itself is a tremendous stimulus and generates significant airway inflammation and is a potent stimulus for the exacerbation of asthma. We already mentioned the increase in pollen generation and the fact that these temperature or climate changes have also seen worldwide an increase in the amount and the duration of the pollen seasons. I've already mentioned the increased growth of mold, and this is commonly associated with high humidity and increased temperatures. Now, when we look at asthma, and if we're going to look at, to use the common term of climate resilience, resilience of asthma to climate change is going to be based predominantly on our ability to adequately control asthma in the context where we focus on the primary issues. So we mentioned that the primary underlying problem in bronchial asthma is an inflammatory change which creates two aspects: airway obstruction and bronchial hyperresponsiveness. And therefore, as we focus on treating patients with asthma, we need to recognize that our targets ideally should be, first of all, that the person has normal lung function, and that normal lung function needs to expand to include the fact that the airway is not hypersensitive. And that is, again, another aspect of our healthcare understanding that we need to work towards, to recognize that hypersensitivity of the lung is an abnormality of the lung. And therefore, we need to include it in normal lung function. And of course, the whole idea is to keep our patients and our population well, and that includes the absence of exacerbations. I must hasten to add in this Caribbean population, the fact that bronchial asthma is an extremely common condition in our in Caribbean population, in fact, in the world. And in fact, where we have done studies in the Caribbean looking at prevalence of asthma, almost all the countries that have looked at it have come out with a prevalence rate somewhere in the region of about 20%, which means that roughly 1 in 5 of our population would have bronchial asthma to varying degrees. Now, part of understanding why it's important to control a condition is to understand, of course, what are the implications of not controlling it. And so complications of poorly controlled asthma include the fact that these patients have an increased risk of exacerbation. They have significantly reduced levels of exercise and exercise tolerance. There is an increased risk of death, and despite our knowledge of bronchial asthma, patients continue to die from asthma. And of course, there's an increased risk of complications from other respiratory conditions. Now, the question is, does regular maintenance treatment of asthma help? And why this would be a question is that the hallmark of modern day therapy of asthma focuses on the fact that this is a chronic illness, and such a chronic illness requires ongoing treatment and so-called maintenance treatment. And when we look at all the guidelines that have come out, we see that there's a tremendous emphasis on maintenance treatment of asthma and using this as a predominant resilience, again to use that word, against exacerbations, and of course would form part of our resilience against climate change. So we've seen over the numerous studies that regular maintenance treatment of asthma reduces airway inflammation, and this results in an improvement in baseline flow, that is FEV1. It markedly, over time, but takes some time, reduces the degree of bronchial hypersensitivity, which in the realm of lung function testing refers to what we call the PC20, or the testing dose of a drug that causes a 20% fall in the person's baseline FEV1 or degree of airflow. So when you have patients who are being treated with regular maintenance medication, they have a marked reduction in their airway sensitivity, and this translates into better asthma control, the lower need for rescue medication, reduces the risk of emergency visits, and reduces the risk of hospitalization. So if you look here at the slide, we look at what we mentioned the PC20, that is the dose at which a patient will have a 20% fall in their baseline FEV1. And what we can see is that when on the horizontal axis, we are using inhaled steroids, and on the vertical axis are a number of factors that we use, certainly at the top slide, that we can use to determine the degree of bronchial hypersensitivity. Methacholine is the one that's most commonly utilized locally, but adenosine monophosphate can also be utilized. But what you can see is that for patients who are on regular maintenance inhaled steroids, and this shows a graph over 90 days, that there's a steady reduction in the degree of bronchial hypersensitivity. And the 2 points to take away, of course, from the slide is, first of all, that regular treatment reduces bronchial hypersensitivity, but to recognize also that 90 days is not enough. And here you can see that although the bronchial hypersensitivity has been significantly reduced with significant P factors, there is still bronchial hypersensitivity, which means that these patients need to be on maintenance treatment for longer period, and definitely longer than 90 days. Again, here we're looking at measuring so-called bronchial protection, again, a degree of measure, that is how much would the lung be protected against an exacerbation or a stimulus. And again, we're looking at regular dosing of inhaled steroids. Here we see fluticasone on the left and budesonide in the center on the right. And we can see that in all graphs, the continued regular usage of inhaled steroids creates a significant degree of bronchoprotection. So part of asthma resilience to climate change must include the regular usage of maintenance therapy. And this maintenance therapy must include an inhaled steroid. And of course, we know that combining the inhaled steroid with a long-acting beta-2 agonist, for example, in the form of Seretide, produces significant benefits over and above just using the inhaled steroid alone. Again, another graph basically depicting the same thing, that cumulative use of the inhaled steroid protects against the exacerbations and the risk associated with exacerbations. So it's a little bit busy, but basically what it's showing you is that we already mentioned that increased BMI is associated with an increased risk of exacerbation. We mentioned gender, in particular female more than male, is associated with increased risk of exacerbation. We mentioned that smoking itself is an increased risk, and we mentioned that low FEV1 is an increased risk. And in all of these parameters, this shows that regular usage of an inhaled steroid, and especially when combined with a beta agonist, and again in this slide, these slides we're demonstrating with fluticasone and fluticasone salmeterol, that there is protection against these risk factors associated with exacerbations and with reduced asthma response to treatment. So again, a slide that I like to use in most of my talks on asthma is to use it as a demonstration to guide us to recognize that if we use this line as the line at which there are symptoms and signs, even when there are no symptoms and signs, the asthmatic airway has ongoing inflammation, significantly way above the normal airway. And exacerbations are merely periods of time when the inflammation is such that it produces symptoms and signs. And therefore, we cannot focus simply on exacerbations. While it is that we do want them to be reduced, we must recognize that asthma is simply not a condition for which we prevent exacerbations, but is a condition for which we need to treat the underlying inflammation. So what are some of the potential benefits of asthma control? Well, certainly in children, there's an increased physical activity, including sports, and we've already mentioned that this is important for childhood development. There's a reduced risk of obesity, an explosion of obesity happening worldwide in our younger population. And of course, all the medical complications associated with obesity and increased BMI. For our children, especially those in the teenage years and in high school, this is an opportunity for personal achievement when they can do physical exercise and when they can do well to the point where they can receive scholarships for their university studies. And it's important to recognize that scholarships are an important part of funding for certainly for many of our region in the Caribbean. And so we should make sure that they do not miss out on this simply because they have asthma, and especially if they have asthma that is not adequately controlled. In the case of adults, potential benefits of control include the potential of increased physical activity, something that we'll be driving home. Increased physical activity reduces the risk of heart disease, hypertension, stroke, and diabetes. There's the potential of reducing the risk of developing all of those conditions. And of course, job opportunities, because when you have controlled asthma, the restrictions on your jobs are significantly reduced because there are jobs in which asthmatics have problems, especially if they do not have controlled asthma. So when we look at asthma, we need to, again, look at what is the severity of asthma. And that's important because one of the new guidelines that's been out, the Jvma guideline, focuses on starting asthma treatment, not at a point, not at any ad hoc point, but at a point consistent with the severity of the disease. And therefore, it's important for us to be able to recognize asthma severity. And asthma severity can be looked at in terms of the so-called asthma control score. So are they having breathing problems? Yes or no, associated with coughing? How often do they occur? Is it nightly? Is it weekly? Is there disturbed sleep at night? Is it interfering with the ability to do physical activity or schoolwork? Is there the need for relievers? And how well is asthma control? And we can go through that using the asthma control questionnaire. Again, let me highlight that the area of inability to do physical activity or schoolwork is grossly understood, not understood, and is poorly applied when we're looking at asthma control. We can define asthma control or asthma severity, sorry, in terms of the limitation of airflow. So the so-called measured FEV1 and we can classify it as mild, moderate, or severe, depending on degree of airflow limitation determined by either FEV1 or peak expiratory flow rate. But we also need to, I think, begin to put in place a concept of asthma severity that is based on bronchial hypersensitivity. And we need to also start to put in place the concept that pulmonary function testing includes bronchial hypersensitivity, and that asthma control and normal pulmonary function means that the patient's pulmonary lungs are not more sensitive than normal to the usual stimuli. And that needs to be a part of our assessment in terms of severity of asthma. Once we have determined the severity of asthma, we then can use the Ccfpj-Jvma guidelines as a reasonable guide to treatment. And essentially the principle of the Jvma guideline is to start asthma treatment at a level consistent with the severity of the disease. And therefore it's important to be able to recognize asthma severity. So in summary, global warming can be a potential problem in terms of having a negative impact on asthma control. I would like us to focus and recognize the fact that asthma control and having appropriate asthma treatment and having appropriate asthma goals and appropriately recognizing that bronchial hyperresponsiveness is an important aspect of control of asthma. By recognizing this and focusing on this, we can generate in our population of asthmatics a so-called resilience against climate control. Also, always remember that we need to, at least in some situations, individualize our asthma care and recognize that there are persons who may be missing out on potential scholarships in our children and certainly job opportunities in our adults, where their asthma control is not adequately treated because, and I would say the most common reason for that is the lack of recognition of bronchial hypersensitivity as a major aspect of the control. So I think I will end here, and I would like to thank you all for your attention. I hope I did not induce sleep in any of you, and I'll be willing to take any questions. Thank you.
Dr. Scott, thank you so very much. As usual, very informative presentation. Thank you so very much for your presentation. Now, there's a question in the
Before
chat.
the questions, I believe there was supposed to be an additional video after by GSK. Let me just play that video and then we go to the questions.
Yes, and I'd like to thank GSK for sponsoring today and for sponsoring Dr. Scott's presentation. Please go ahead, Sam.
According to the study titled Understanding the Clinical Implications of Individual Patient Characteristics and Treatment Choice, the following findings were reported. Regular use of fluticasone propionate and salmeterol results in a 10% lower risk of experiencing an exacerbation compared to fluticasone propionate alone or budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the patient's initial characteristics. Regular treatment with fluticasone propionate and salmeterol implies a risk between 8 and 13% lower of experiencing an exacerbation compared to budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the initial asthma control questionnaire score. Fluticasone propionate and salmeterol showed significantly lower exacerbation risk compared to budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the initial lung function. Patients who escalated from fluticasone propionate to fluticasone propionate and salmeterol had a significantly lower risk of exacerbation than those who switched to budesonide and formoterol. The relationship between initial characteristics and the risk of exacerbation during regular dosing with inhaled corticosteroid monotherapy, fluticasone propionate and salmeterol, and budesonide and formoterol was compared. The results showed that fluticasone propionate and salmeterol not only offer symptomatic relief, but may also have disease-modifying properties, thus helping reduce the incidence of exacerbations. Therefore, the choice of inhaled corticosteroid is crucial when selecting the best therapy for the current and future control of asthma patients. The clinical implications were as follows. the level of control and immediate symptom relief does not directly correlate with the risk and control of future exacerbations. Real-world data indicate that achieving comparable levels of symptom control during treatment does not imply a comparable reduction in risk. This difference could be associated with specific properties of inhaled corticosteroids, which vary among different inhaled corticosteroids. These factors should be considered in clinical practice as a basis for personalized management of patients with moderate or severe asthma symptoms. The study's conclusions indicate that regular use of fluticasone propionate and salmeterol results in a 10% lower risk of exacerbation compared to fluticasone propionate alone or budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the patient's initial characteristics. Switching to fluticasone propionate and salmeterol from monotherapy with fluticasone propionate results in a significantly lower risk of exacerbation. Regular dosing with fluticasone propionate and salmeterol may offer significantly more benefits than dosing with budesonide and formoterol in patients with poor lung function, less than 50% of forced expiratory volume in 1 second. Initial asthma control questionnaire scores, a high body mass index, smoking habit, female sex, and low forced expiratory volume in 1 second capacity are factors contributing to a higher risk of exacerbations, regardless of the treatment.
Thanks to JSK again for that video presentation. Now, Dr. Scott, we have a question here. Well, I'm seeing this one. How long should an asthmatic be on steroids after exacerbation?
Right. So basically, we have to recognize that two things. Asthma is a chronic illness, and therefore, even after an exacerbation, we have to recognize the fact that this exacerbation actually sets the stage for further exacerbation after this. So even after you have treated the patient with the exacerbation, if you look at the slide I had looking at the bar below which there is no symptom, if you treat the patient and get them below that bar, so they're symptom-free, and you listen to their chest and it's free, they still have inflammation. And if you don't treat them, meaning if you don't carry on the treatment of asthma control and inflammation, they'll get an exacerbation that is very next stimulus. And so, again, looking at the slide I presented, it showed that even after 90 days of continuous use of inhaled steroid, patients, although they benefited significantly from a reduction in sensitivity, the sensitivity was still not absent. And so I would say that generally my recommendation in terms of treating, once you have an exacerbation, you probably need to treat your patient for at least a period of 6 months before you're looking at potentially reducing or stepping down. And the problem that we've always had is that we always look at stepping down as being based purely on symptoms and FEV1. And I'm saying that's wrong, because where the patient has normal absence of symptoms and pretty normal FEV1, if their bronchial hypersensitivity at 6 months is extremely high, then they are sitting basically like a sitting time bomb. Once they get a sufficient stimulus for exacerbation, they're going to have a major exacerbation and can end up in an intensive care and risk of dying. So we need to look at bronchial sensitivity as a marker. And when bronchial sensitivity has been adequately reduced, then we can reduce the steroids appropriately to match that. And of course, monitor to see if there's any deterioration in the condition.
Okay, the next one is where can pulmonary function tests be, where can they be done in Jamaica?
Well, there are lots of places in Jamaica. I mean, not many, but there are quite a few places that do pulmonary function testing. So the University Hospital, the National Chest Hospital, and I know Cornwall Regional is trying to develop, and I've done work with the Ministry of Health, basically guiding them in terms of developing their plan is to have pulmonary function testing available in many of their centers, certainly in each parish. And that's something that they're working on. They're not there yet, but it's something that we're working on to generate. And as far as I'm aware, I think all pulmonologists would offer pulmonary function testing in their offices.
The next one that we're going to take, John from Dr. Alert. Can PFR be used as a proxy for FEV1?
In the context of monitoring patients, peak expirative flow rate is considered quite adequate in terms of monitoring, and it's very cost effective. So I would strongly support peak expirative flow rates in terms of monitoring. We don't normally recommend it for diagnosis. We still strongly recommend FEV1 spirometry for diagnosis. But once you have established a diagnosis, peak expirative flow rates are adequate for monitoring. But again, highlighting the fact that peak flow rate is simply looking at flow, doesn't measure bronchial hypersensitivity. Hello?
It looks like Dr. Campbell her screen is frozen. I don't know if she got kicked off. So Dr. Scott, until Dr. Campbell logs back on, thank you once again. We're going to have to close it off there so that we can move on to the next presentation. We're about 20 minutes behind schedule at this point, but very, very great presentation. Thank you so much again, and thanks once again to GSK for their sponsorship and support of day one of our conference. So I will introduce our next speaker. He is Dr. Eric Garraway, somebody who I've known for quite some time. He is an honorary research fellow in the Department of Life Sciences, University of the West Indies, Mona, and he's an entomologist whose research has focused on the conservation of the endangered Jamaican's giant swallowtail butterfly, Pteroras papilio-homerus, as well as the Caribbean manatee, Trichechus manatus. He has conducted studies on the ecology, taxonomy, and biodiversity of many of Jamaica's insect populations. And additionally, he has worked on pest ecology and forensic entomology. Dr. Garraway was a recipient of the Silver Musgrave Medal for his contribution to science. And so we have a presentation, a little story before we get going. This presentation, I have to thank Caribbean Airlines, because I was on a flight and I read an article in the Caribbean magazine on this topic, and it mentioned Dr. Garraway. I said, but I know Eric. And so called him up, and so he's presenting tonight. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Eric Garraway.
Hey, good evening all. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference. I really unexpected when Paul called me and said, hey, would like to present. And I thought, where do I fit into this thing? But after a discussion with him, I became quite clear that yes, we can talk a bit about butterflies. Butterflies are insects. And normally, if someone were to call you an insect, that's a very negative thing, So let's look at this business of being an insect and how do you fit into the world of human beings? That really is a big question. So we hate some insects, but we love some insects. We even tolerate them. Honeybees is a classic example. We tolerate honeybees. They give us honey. They pollinate our plants. If we were to ask anyone about pollination, the first thing they'll say, honeybees. Interestingly, there's a side thing here. Honeybees only came to the Caribbean in the 1600s. There were a lot of pollinators here long before honeybees. Butterflies, moths, all sorts of other things were pollinating plants long before. And the honeybees have come in and taken over. They're probably even an invasive species if you think of it. But let's leave that for the time being. Butterflies, on the other hand, have always been loved by humans. They're pretty, they're harmless, they're gentle. And they've been part of our mythology for years and years and years. People travel hundreds and thousands of miles to go to the butterfly cities across the globe. And they have been part of various cultures. Those of us who have read Greek mythology remember Psyche, the god of the spirit, the god of the mind, and psychology. And Psyche is often depicted as a butterfly. And in some cultures, it's believed that the butterflies have within them spirit of the ancestors. And when they go through this basis of changing from larva to pupa, it's a rebirth. I like this one. I like the last one there. If you got a secret, and you really need to tell somebody the secret, you really need to tell someone. You get a butterfly. You tell it to the butterfly, and butterfly will keep that secret forever. So those of us who have something we really need to get off our chest, and you don't know who to trust, you just trust the butterfly. Okay? But butterflies also have caterpillars. This caterpillar is actually of a sister group, a moth. I photographing recently one of my friends' home, and she wasn't practically happy having this huge thing crawling on her home. Caterpillars, they're worms, they're pests. And we often have a problem linking these pests to these wonderful butterflies. They go through this change from larva to a pupa which sits there as though it's lifeless and then pops out into a butterfly. But this transformation has been part of the various cultures that have, use this transformation to symbolize various things, the human growth, human death, human birth. The butterflies have been part of us. Butterflies are useful in conservation work. Try say to someone, I'm going to protect a wasp. And try to conserve an ant, a flea, a fly, a bed bug. No, that's trouble. But if you say, hey, I'm interested in conservation of butterflies, game changes. Butterflies can be used as what we call keystone species. We use them to protect not just themselves, but to protect the ants and the wasp and all the other things that need protection. We can use them to protect various habitats because human beings can relate to these animals. We know them as these beautiful creatures that pollinate our plants, that come and suck nectar and make us happy. So let's look at Jamaica for a while. Jamaica has over 130 species of butterflies. Don't quite know how many. We are constantly changing the numbers. They vary in size and colors. The tiniest ones, these blues, they're so tiny, about the size of your fingernail. Most people don't even notice them. They're so tiny. But we like the large, showy species. Generally, think of it. The species involved in conservation, the elephants and the lions. We like the large things. And the largest butterflies in Jamaica are the swallow-tailed butterfly. And there are several species, right? There are several. There's clovers, there's antrim, there's palau, several species of swallow. And I read almost totally gone. They're now threatened extinct. And my colleague Tom Turner taking up the challenge, try and save this thing. It is now restricted to a couple of minor populations from being one of the most common species on Jamaica. It's a beautiful butterfly, right? The colors here are pale, the colors here are washed out. When it's alive, the colors are bright and it's easy and flits around. I hope we get to see one day. But the darling of Jamaican butterflies is Jamaica's giant swallowtail. It comes of various names. Pterurus, it was once called Papilio homerus. Now it's called Pterurus. Most persons still say Papilio, but gradually the new name would come through. Notice it's Jamaica's giant because there are other swallowtails out there that are called giant swallowtails. There are other great big swallowtails out there. So we need to say Jamaica's giant or simply Homerus swallowtail. That was it. Fine. It's a beautiful creature. When you see it, it's hard to imagine. The first one I saw, I'd been in the field for about 2 weeks. I was supposed to be a photographer on this expedition. And when the first one showed up, I stood there and looked, and it flew by and went about his business. And my companion says, I hope he got some good shots. That's when I realized I hadn't taken a single photograph. I was simply spellbound. You have to see to understand the beauty of this butterfly. This butterfly feeds on a single genus of plant, a group called Hernandia. Now, butterflies are funny. They're very finicky. Their larvae feed on only, very, very few species, sometimes only one species. And this one feeds on Hernandia. The eggs are laid singly. Each female lays one egg at a time, although sometimes many females might choose the same leaf. And then out pops this thing, which looks like a piece of lizard digging, lizard feces or something. That's what it looks like. And then it transforms, an even bigger transformation. And it sticks out the little fleshy things up front, pretending to be a snake. And they have great big markings. These are just markings. The head is way underneath there. But it has big eyes and big mouth. Really all false. If you're a lizard confronted with this, you should back off. Homerus loves moist habitat. It's a creature of the forest. It loves beautiful forest. I mean, some of the most majestic areas I've seen on this, in Jamaica, that's the area that Homerus seems to be. This is the underside of it. It's a giant. This is a 6-inch ruler, or that's 15 centimeters if you're metric. It's a giant, but it is endangered. Remember, I said it took me something like 2 weeks to see my first one in the field. It exists in 2 populations, one in the Blonde Mountains and one in the Cockpit country. Nothing in between. 2 isolated populations. And the big question was, why is Homerus endangered? Several theories. Shortage of larval food plants, shortage of primary forest, genetic problems, or fortune. So let's look at these quickly. It feeds on only one set of food plants. We found that these are not rare by any chance. There are lots of it out there in these locations. We find that it's not restricted to only primary forests. It would occupy secondary forests just as well. It would also even occur in some agricultural areas. So it's not really a habitat problem on the surface of it. Interestingly, moist forest is essential. It's the moisture was the key thing. We need regular rainfall, high humidity. We found the larval food plant in some areas, but no butterfly. We need that high humidity. And the larvae will actually drink water. These larvae will actually spend a lot of time. You can see this one here, actually drinking water. After rain, it comes out and it drinks. Because if it doesn't get enough water, it would not have enough blood in its body to stretch out those large wings when it comes out of the pupa. So that high moisture is crucial. Regular rainfall is crucial. Oh, I seem to be stuck on my lava. Sorry, I seem to got stuck on my video. We're getting to the numbers. We found that your Chinese, but here's a key factor. In undisturbed habitat, where the forest is good or the vegetation is nice, they kill less than 50% of the eggs. But where the forest has been disturbed, we lose as much as 90% of the eggs. But this is compounded. The butterflies seem to like the nice cleared areas, the nice disturbed areas. And as much as the ratio of eggs laid in the cleared areas to the undisturbed, 3 to 1. So we're dumping most of our eggs in the cleared areas, and we're losing most of these eggs to these caterpillars. And I've diagrammed it here. On the left, up top we started what we call the source undisturbed habitat, and on the left we can see a nice easy cycle. The adults going to undisturbed areas, most of the eggs survive, and more adults survive to go back to the undisturbed areas. And the cycle goes round and round, and it's a positive cycle. On the right, things are different. 3 times as much eggs are laid in these disturbed habitats. Most are killed. Nothing goes back to the source. It's like a sink. So these disturbed areas are like sinks. They suck in butterflies, they give back nothing. So the survival, to a great extent, of the species will depend on the balance between the disturbed and the undisturbed. Are there genetic problems associated with humerus? Well, we launched a program to look at that. We started back in 2018 with a team of undergrads and graduate students out there, clip off wing clippings, but that program got into trouble during the COVID pandemic, and we have not completed that project. We still don't know if there are genetic problems. We did manage, however, to produce a video, which you should look at, called Propylia humerus, Terrorus humerus, and it's useful to look at. You find it's online. Is poaching a problem? Well, in the 1984 time, people were collecting butterflies left, right, and center. We launched a campaign of field trip seminars, field trips, etc., from various NGOs, and we were able to have some serious legislation changes. We have amendment to the Wildlife Act, which put the humerus on the protected list. We had establishment of protected areas, and eventually more establishment of something like NRCA, which protects these species. Humerus has now become a keystone species across Jamaica. It shows up over and over. It has not been declared a national butterfly, but effectively it is. Big steps. We still have some issues to solve. One, the Western population, which is in the culprit country, has to face the problems of bauxite mining. And those of us who've been following the media have been aware that it was declared, culprit country was declared protected, but then there was problem of some parts being declared suitable for mining, conflict between the environmentalists and the government about what actually is the conflict country. So here we go. Some people demonstrate, says no mining, counter, less mine. The eastern population, we know a bit more about that. In 1992, in the 1990s, a UWI team operated a filling station in the eastern population, in the eastern area. We worked to the communities and were embedded and worked along with members of the community to the point where the community emerged as protectors of the station. Right? They emerged as protectors of the station. This was simply achieved by being there for a long, long haul. Researchers were embedded, understanding these communities, talking with them, sharing ideas. It wasn't a short-term
Dr. Garraway, we have lost your audio.
Hello?
Dr. Garraway,
Hello?
are you hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Okay, you're back again. We lost your audio.
But I can't. I'm back. Okay, am I back now?
Am
I back?
hearing you. We're hearing you, but can you advance your slides?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, it's moving again now. Okay.
Okay. Something just popped up here saying my internet has gone unstable. Sorry about that. Now, let me see if I can get myself oriented again. Out of all of this community work came a number of community activities, formation of various associations like Farmers Association. And these groups got involved in reforestation and protecting the forest. They got involved in ecotourism. They manage hiking trails, establish eco lodges. And here we see them working with students, actually having roundtable talks with students and exchanging experiences. So the whole thing grew to become a sharing of ideas between the community and visitors, between the community and students and lecturers. It was important to get the community involved. As I said here, conservationists, they are ephemeral. We come and we disappear. We come for a few days, a few years, and we disappear, but the communities remain, and it's important that the communities are involved in these processes. And we've been able to do that in the eastern region of Millbank and Comfort Castle, Ginger House, where the communities have now become really involved. And if you show up there now and attempt to collect a butterfly, you are likely to get apprehended before you know what happens. Okay? However, we need to help this community some more. We need to give back something. We need processes like agro-processing to help these communities to develop. We need ecotourism in this valley to help them go on. Unfortunately, most of Jamaica tourism is sea and sun, and not much ecotourism. But we really need it in the valley now. For the communities, they're very active, but they need help. We need something like butterfly farming, and UWI is just about to set up its first butterfly house, so it can allow people to come in and relax and enjoy butterflies, and at the same time bring some money back to people involved in butterflies. So, in conclusion, we have come a long way. From the butterfly men with nets who can collect anything how they want. We have danger in the cockpit country. The eastern population, the people of the eastern population need your help. And we need to continue our research. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Garraway, thank you very much for that presentation. very beautiful, very informative. I mean, I'm sure many of us out there had no idea about, you know, all the ins and outs of our butterfly populations and how important they are to our ecosystems, and you know, the efforts to conserve them, the successes, and what needs to be done. Right? We have a question here from Dr. Paula Henry. I see from the chat saying, can you tell us about the disappearance of butterflies from our gardens? Are they related to heat and climate change and the use of pesticides to control pests? Also an interesting phenomenon, the butterfly population increased with the onset of COVID in home gardens. So what are your thoughts on that? So 2 questions.
Let me take the last one first. There's a year, a couple of years where what I call the years of the butterfly. I don't know what happened. There's simply butterflies everywhere. I saw butterflies in my home garden that I'd never recorded in 10, 15 years. New species that I'd never seen in those areas. We have no idea what caused it. There's simply about 2 years where butterfly populations, and we recorded some species in Jamaica, some species we thought were migrant species. So we have only had 1 or 2 specimens collected, and these species occur like in Cuba. And historically, we had 1 or 2 specimens collected. All of a sudden, we had breeding populations. We don't have a clue, guys. We don't know what happened. But unfortunately, it didn't last. What's happening now?
Oh, we're having audio issues again.
One, there isn't. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up. I don't know what's going on with the internet this time. Because we lost Dr. Campbell. Dr. Campbell has no service in her area. It's just completely gone. And so she's trying to get on via phone. I'm not sure if she has been able to at this point. But
Can you hear me, Paul?
Okay, I'm hearing you again. Okay, go ahead.
Right. There is increase in pesticides. That's one big factor. I'll try and be brief. I don't know how long we'll stay online. Secondly, we have lost a lot of the vegetation. Generally, we've cut a lot of plants. We don't allow the plants to grow. Butterflies need flowers, and we see lots of everyday plants where butterflies feed on. We consider them weeds; they don't get a chance to grow. I put it all together. Changes in the habitat and the amount of pesticide we use, I think, will be the 2 factors that lead to the destruction. There's a lot more vegetation being removed and the amount of pesticides. I think that.
Okay, and we can take one more question. And there's a question from Mikhail Jobson saying, for a controlled butterfly garden, what type of trees or flowers would be ideal? Also, what is the recommended minimum size of the garden?
Each butterfly the larvae of each butterfly species choose very, very specific plants. So you would need to work out what butterfly species are common in your area. Then we can say, okay, here are the larval food plants, you can plant these. So we need to start there. What are the common species you have in your area? We recommend then what larval food plants, because it always comes back to the availability of larval food plants. You can supplement various flowers for nectar, but we need to know, so it will need a bit of research, where you are, what are the species, and what's involved. Minimum size. There's some persons who have very small butterfly gardens in the backyard, meaning, a couple of meters, just like putting in the right lab, a couple of square meters, putting the right larval food plant, and having lots of nectar plants around, or even using artificial nectar like syrup or something to supplement this. On the other hand, if you go into commercial, the game changing. So I'm not sure exactly what in mind, but it could be as small as a couple of square meters with the right fruit plant and nectar plant, and that would work. And of course, the commercial houses going to acres.
Okay, I see there are more questions. Dr. Eitel was asking about, the fogging for mosquitoes and the effects on the butterflies. But of course, that's the pesticides and will be affected, I guess.
It kills everything.
It will kill all the insects. And Dr. Leon, she has her hand raised very, very quickly because we're really tight for time now.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to know, so without the fogging and the pesticides and stuff, I, for example, have had my citrus plants and I have seen these butterflies in my garden. But I also know that the citrus plant is prone to what is like a black fungus. And I wanted to know if that fungus affects the growth or the life cycle of the butterfly and whether or not there's something that can be used on the fungus but wouldn't harm the butterflies. And my dogs are barking, so I will stop now.
I've seen the caterpillars on citrus fruit just eat right through the leaves with fungus. I never really studied carefully whether there's a reduction in size or anything, but I've seen them eat right through leaves with fungus and go right through to become adults. The quality of food could sometimes affect the size of the adult. So I can't categorically say it would not affect them, but I know they are still able to develop right through to adult stage.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Dr. Eric, thank you so much for this presentation. It's been a great addition to the conference, and I see people have enjoyed it immensely. And of course, just like with the deep sea mining, it was an eye-opening presentation for most of us who wouldn't really think of this topic. But it is a One Health issue. It's a biodiversity ecosystem issue, so it is a One Health issue. So thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure having you in our conference, an honor having you here, and all the best for 2024 and beyond. We'll talk.
Right on.
All right. So we're moving on right now to our next presenter, which is going to be about chicken. Yes, climate change and the poultry industry, when fried chicken becomes a welfare concern. And it is being presented by Dr. Shane Ramsubik, who from UWI SVM in Trinidad. He has just recently returned to Trinidad, was in the USA, and he is a diplomat of the American College of Poultry Veterinarians. He's the very first Caribbean-born board-certified poultry veterinarian. And he has over 12 years of practical experience, understands the culture, production practices, and epidemiology of poultry disease in the Caribbean region, having spent most of his career working at two larger integrated broiler producers in Trinidad and Tobago. So, of course, he's a veterinarian, and he has a master's in preventive medicine from the University of California, Davis, and a master's in business administration with a specialization in innovation and entrepreneurship from the Arthur Locke Jack Graduate School of Business at UWI. He completed his residency training as a poultry medicine and diagnostics at the California Animal Health Food Safety Laboratory at University of California, Davis. And he was recently appointed a lecturer in avian and poultry medicine at the School of Veterinary Medicine, UWI, in Trinidad. And he is also a One Health person, One Health advocate. And so here he is in our conference. So please welcome Dr. Shane. You can take over and present.
Are you seeing my, are you hearing me and are you seeing my presentation? I shared it.
Not seeing the presentation yet, but hearing you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm going to share my presentation. Hold on. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, in presenter view, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to speak at this 2024 One Health Conference. And before I get into the meat of my presentation, we need to understand the importance of global and regional poultry production and the impact it has on sustainable livelihood. So why include a poultry topic in a One Health discussion? Well, according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and the Food and Agriculture Organization, global poultry meat production continues to outpace production of other meat sources, with over 130 million metric tons reported in 2023. Now, production goes hand in hand with consumption, and the FAO believes that even with higher prices, the global demand for poultry meat and eggs will continue as it remains an affordable and healthy poultry choice. Now, bringing things back to our regional space, understand that poultry plays an important economic, nutritional, and socio-cultural role in the livelihood of most households in the Caribbean, as it is the most consumed animal protein, one of the healthiest choices, most affordable, available, and culturally accepted. And when it comes to livestock production in our region, the poultry sector is the largest agro-industrial enterprise. Therefore, food and job security in the Caribbean is and will continue to be heavily dependent on sustainable poultry production, both on a commercial scale as well as small backyard flocks. And small backyard flocks have grown in popularity during COVID and post-COVID, and that's mainly small table egg flocks. And because of its popularity, both meat and egg, poultry pose a great food safety risk to the public if not produced, handled, and prepared according to food safety regulations and food hygiene standards, both areas that definitely need strengthening in our region. Thus, when it comes to planetary health, high priority needs to be placed on this livestock commodity. Now, I titled my presentation, Climate Change and Local Poultry Production When Fried Chicken Becomes a Welfare Concern, because heat stress has a major impact on poultry here in the tropics. But there are other direct and indirect effects of climate change on local production. Therefore, my objective this evening is to increase awareness of the climatic challenges to the regional poultry sector and highlight some of the adaptive strategies and opportunities for improvement and research. So should the consumer, the farmer, the industry, the politician, and the citizens of the Caribbean be concerned about climate change and its effects on livestock production? The simple answer is a definitive yes. As mentioned, the most severe effect of climate change on poultry is heat stress. And heat stress is more than just extreme ambient temperatures. Heat stress is worse when we add high relative humidity to the equation. And both record high temperatures and humidity are a consequence of climate change in our region. And this graph simply shows the temperature and humidity ranges at which our birds are at increased risk to experience decreased production efficiency and increased mortality. So why are poultry highly vulnerable to heat stress? Well, birds are not well adapted to extreme environmental conditions as they lack sweat glands, with 95% of their body covered by feathers. And to add to the issue, the internal body temperature of the birds are much higher than mammalian livestock and human, and it averages between 41 to 42 degrees Celsius. This makes them highly vulnerable to extreme weather conditions and sudden fluctuations. Moreover, heat stress is a worldwide problem in poultry production, especially in our highly productive genetic commercial lines. So how do our birds respond to heat stress? Well, when the ambient temperature and humidity increases above that comfort zone, which I just showed, chickens spend less time feeding, more time drinking, sitting, and panting with their wings elevated, all in an attempt to dissipate heat and cool themselves. And the negative effects of heat stress manifest as increased mortality, decreased egg meat quality, and when it comes to eggs, the quality, quantity, and size is affected. And for breeding chickens, fertility is also affected, and there's increased susceptibility to secondary infection as the immune system of the birds may become impaired. So apart from performance, heat stress is a major welfare concern. Having said that, how do we mitigate the effects of heat stress? Well, firstly, we need to pay attention to the weather conditions, and we need to understand what is normal bird behavior and what is abnormal behavior. And the approach needs to be proactive rather than reactive, meaning prevention is better than cure. And successful strategies focus on both environment management as well as managing the physiologic and metabolic processes that take place in the birds. Starting with environmental management, I've listed numerous strategies used to reduce the negative effects of heat stress. Many of these strategies are implemented simultaneously based on the production system and resources available. And in large commercial settings, the tunnel houses, or what we know as the environmentally controlled houses, have been a game changer once they are constructed, managed, and properly maintained. And we have seen this in Jamaica, in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and Guyana, where many of the integrated producers who have invested in those houses and spend the time to ensure that they operate properly are reaping the benefits in these extreme conditions. And this just depicts some of the management options that are environmental options that are available. This next slide lists some of the strategies that focus on controlling the physiologic and metabolic process that takes place in a heat stress bird. And if anyone needs further guidance in developing an effective heat stress strategy or fine-tuning their strategy, you can email me and I'll be happy to assist. Now, drought are a consequence of climate change, and with drought comes water shortages and scarcity. And we must know that water is an important resource in animal husbandry. And our chickens drink twice as much water as feed consumed. And basically, if they don't drink, they simply will not eat. And water availability and quality assurance and monitoring is a daily routine in managing poultry. And water is also a major component of ventilation and cooling in our modern poultry houses, okay? So you see the dilemma we are facing. And most operations do not rely solely on miscible water supply. They also utilize wells and ponds along with having adequate storage capacity. On the other side of the equation, climate change also brings increased rainfall, resulting in flooding. Therefore, it is important to ensure that drainage is properly constructed and maintained around the poultry houses. And we must ensure that our houses are constructed to withstand extreme events like storms and hurricanes. Okay. Now, apart from these direct effects, climate change has a major impact on feed quality and availability. And feed accounts for 65 to 70% of the total overall cost of production in a poultry operation. And the diet of our birds are mainly corn and soya bean meal based. And they mainly come from the US and some European farms. So guys, we are still very much dependent on these countries to feed our livestock. Now, climate change has resulted in drought conditions, increased humidity, and pest infestation, which impacts the crop yield and quality of these commodity grains. And a major issue is fungal growth and mycotoxin formation, which can negatively affect the health of our birds. So apart from the availability and the quality of the feed material, the grains, the mycotoxins can also affect performance of our birds. All right, and strategies employed to mitigate these effects include exploring alternative feed ingredients, an area and opportunity that requires more research, as well as we rely on mycotoxin mitigation through the use of mold inhibitors and mycotoxin binders. And the onus is also on the farmer to ensure proper storage and rotation of on-farm feed. Now, another indirect effect is increasing transportation costs and delays as a result of drought affecting key ports and transit routes. For example, drought and low water levels in the Panama Canal has disrupted the supply of primary inputs we utilize in our poultry production cycle. Now, this situation is ongoing and requires our attention, as transport logistics will have a significant impact on chicken, meat, and egg price and availability in our region. Furthermore, a notable effect of climate change, and probably the most recent, is the entry of pests and disease into areas where they were not previously present. And the incidence of highly pathogenic avian influenza in South America and now in the Caribbean is a major concern. Hypad H5N1 outbreaks or this global episodic that started in early 2022 seems to be never ending, and it's more about if it will than when it will have a significant direct impact on our region. Note, we have experienced an indirect impact, especially based on what is happening right now in the US, because we are still very heavily dependent on the US for our hatching eggs, which provide our broilers, as well as the replacement pullets that provide our layers, all right? And the approach with outbreaks in the US, the approach to depopulate to maintain that disease-free status has resulted in shortages, and that has impacted us indirectly over the last year and a half. Now, this will continue as wild waterfowl migratory pathways have changed due to destruction of feeding grounds and breeding habitats, bringing these birds even closer to our commercially reared poultry. And climate change is a contributing factor to foreign animal disease transmission. Obviously, it's not the only factor. Globalization is also another factor. Now, the best approach to mitigate effects of foreign animal disease, such as avian influenza, starts with strict biosecurity. And this is an area that needs a lot of work here in the Caribbean. And I'm sure you all will be aware of the discussions on the use of vaccination as part of control and prevention for avian influenza. And there are trials going on throughout the world right now. But we need to remember that a successful vaccination program is built on a foundation of strict and strong biosecurity practices, as well as good animal husbandry, all right? And we at the university and the School of Veterinary Medicine are more than willing to work with industry, small farmers, ministry, and all other stakeholders to ensure that biosecurity and other disease prevention measures are functional, practical, and effective. Other global concerns that are further driven by climate change includes increased risk of foodborne zoonotic diseases and antimicrobial resistance. For example, several studies have shown strong correlation between increased ambient temperature, precipitation, and the spread and persistence of Salmonella and Campylobacter in the environment. And there is also ongoing research right now on, to determine how extreme weather events influence the prevalence of Salmonella cerevisiae of public health importance. And with respect to antimicrobial resistance, as temperature increase, so does the growth and proliferation of AMR bacteria. And moreover, climate change leads to changes in agricultural practices, including increased use of antibiotics in livestock. And we have seen this even more in the developing countries. Now, having said that, there are still a lot of gaps in knowledge we don't understand, and epidemiological investigations are ongoing for us to provide more information so that we can understand these correlations a lot better. And that's all I have for you this afternoon. And I thank you all for your attention, and I will answer any questions you may have. My question to the Jamaican audience is which is better, pan chicken or authentic smoked Jamaican jerk over pimento wood?
Okay. All right. Anybody see the answers are coming out in the chat? Pan. Everybody is saying pan. Yes. Okay. Well, Dr. Ransibek, thank you very much for that presentation. Excellent. We're seeing all the I tell you, it is all pan chicken. All right. So
interesting.
Yeah. So, any questions you can type in the
Dr. Buckland has her hand up.
Okay.
I had my hand up because I was going to say that pan chicken is nice sometimes and fried chicken is nice sometimes.
So when I visit Jamaica, I have to try both.
Yes, we have variety and more, more options, always the better. Don't you agree?
Yes, definitely.
Of course. Thank you. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. One comment though. Sorry, I was distracted. Hold on. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted anymore. Because I'm trying to help sort out Dr. Campbell's problem, but unfortunately, she has not been able to rejoin up to this point. But in general, about backyard farmers, because I mean the poultry farming is part of the livelihood for so many of our small farmers out there. We have the big industry companies where biosecurity is paramount and very, very well enforced. But then the small backyard farmers, they just have them little coop and the chickens in there and they do their thing. And reaching them, I think, is very important too, because they are, especially with avian influenza and threat, and their biosecurity tends to be very, very poor. So how do we engage them better to help to improve their practices to make them safer?
And that's a really good question, and that is a challenge right now. And I could tell you, I have now returned from California, and they have a lot of backyard operations, and they have had big outbreaks of Newcastle disease, and And those backyard flocks and raising those back, yes, it's a cultural thing, but you have to be a little innovative in how it's all about communicating and educating them about biosecurity, but you have to be innovative in terms of how you get your message across to them. All right, because the backyard the farmers, they could actually put the bigger operations at risk, and so forth, right? So it's about coming up with effective communication tools, whether it's outreach programs and so forth, and getting the message across to them. And you need to try and tie in as well as one strategy that works is if you have disease outbreaks and so forth, and you have some sort of indemnity, you try to tie in that indemnity to farms that have existing biosecurity programs and so forth in place. All right, so that is one approach, and I guess positive reinforcement is a method in trying to get a message across to small farmers and backyard farmers.
Okay, thanks for that. I see a question in the chat, asking about pet birds and avian influenza. I guess you could have a quick comment on that.
Yeah, so I mean, what we're seeing with this strain, the H5N1, it's affecting a lot more wild birds in this present outbreak compared to past outbreaks. And there have been a lot of deaths and so forth in wild birds. Now, in some of the islands here, the issue with pet birds and exotic birds is a lot of these enter our country illegally. All right, so I would say we need to tighten our barriers and so forth, and we need you to just increase surveillance and testing to know, because in a lot of our islands, we do not properly know what the prevalence or the disease challenge is. So I would approach that from that aspect. And yes, they are susceptible as well. Now, poultry, as in chickens and turkeys and quail, they are more at-risk species per se compared to some of our pet birds. But we have seen a lot of cases with pet birds and wild birds that have a lot of mortalities as a result of this virus.
Okay, great. And yay, Dr. Campbell is back. So glad to see you back, Jackie.
A miracle.
One more quick question for Dr. Ramsey-Beek. Is heat reflective paint a common practice in the Caribbean to reduce the risk of heat stress in the poultry population?
Heat reflective painting tanks and roof, that's a really interesting question, because I would say in the 80s and the 90s, that was more popular. And for some reason, persons stop doing that. And there are benefits of doing the reflective paint and painting tanks and roofs white and so forth. Now, in an open-sided house, if I have to make one recommendation, I would say insulating a roof is probably one of the most cost-effective and cost-benefit ways. I would go in that direction because of radiant heat.
Okay. All right, Dr. Shane Ramsey-Beek, thank you very, very much for this presentation, for your contribution to this conference.
Thanks a lot.
It's been great having you, great hearing you, and from the comments in the audience, they have enjoyed this one as well. So good stuff. So I am going to hand back to Dr. Jackie Campbell. I hope I did a reasonable job in moderating on the spur of the moment. Well, I'll shut up. Back to you, Jackie.
Thanks. Hello once again. So welcome back to the part 2 of our meeting, of our conference, and this one is entitled "Burn, Baby, Burn," and we will begin with "It Hot Sir: The Heat and Humans" delivered by Dr. Anna Brown Morgan. Dr. Brown Morgan is a specialist family physician, and she's well known to many of us but I'll tell you a bit more about her. She has worked on many projects and committees, including the Medical Association of Jamaica's Cancer Working Group, World Family Doctor Day Planning Committee, Community-Based Rehabilitation, Jamaica 3D Projects Limited, and she has a long standing reputation of being a hardworking family physician. With that, I will just hand over to Dr. Anna Brown Morgan for her talk about heat and its effects on humans.
Well, good evening, everyone. I hope to just encourage you to stay with me, take some deep breaths, 1 or 2 deep breaths, and I will assure Doc, who just spoke, that I certainly enjoy my jerk chicken, and I really do. So that would be my choice, especially pimento smoked. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Doc, who just presented, and Dr. Scott for bringing up two factors here, Dr. Scott, which affect human beings and through the heat. Dr. Scott spoke about how the heat results in increased asthma and increased death. And Doc, who just spoke to access to food sources and how it's reduced, and also infections being found in new and diverse places, and how it's also impacting human beings. So I am going to try to screen share and get online with the slides. And
no problem, Doc. I'm here with you. All right, so again, let's click on Zoom and click on share screen.
Yes, and I have clicked on my basic, and I need to find screen again.
Screen, and just double click on that, yeah.
Where is that?
So once you click on, once you're in Zoom and click on share screen, you should see a pop-up.
Yes, I've clicked on basic, or
and then screen, and you should see it in blue. There you go. Double click on it.
Okay, there you go. And all here I am.
Here you are.
All right, there we go. So, all right, let me get to the start of this. All right, so it hots the heat and human beings. Our scientists have confirmed that 2023 was officially the hottest year on record, as the result of combined effects of the El Nino and the climate change, global mean temperature. Sorry, there is Sam, my picture and Dr. It's in the way of my slides.
Your picture is in the way. Oh, you're not able to see his slides?
Okay, all right, I'm okay. Right, fine. So scientists confirmed in 2023 that this just finished year was officially the hottest year on record. And this was as a result of the combined effects of El Nino and climate change, as the global mean temperature for the first 11 months of this year hit the highest levels on record, 1.6 degrees Celsius above the 1850 to 1900 average. Sam, progress me because I'm not progressing.
All right, so we just need to click on the arrow there to go. Let me see if I can help you here.
Because it's not progressing. So I'm just going to
You should see where it's saying request remote control. You see it on your screen. All right, and so we should be able to switch if we click on this here. No? There we go.
So according to the World Meteorological Organization report, reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming in a single year is a landmark moment for the planet, a landmark moment. The report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change states that the effect of reaching this threshold includes extremely hot days in mid-latitudes that are 3 degrees centigrade warmer than in pre-industrial times. Progress. Sam, could you let me see the top of the screen?
So what I am seeing is the El Nino page with the warning El Nino. You can't see it. I tell you what, let me, one moment. Apologies.
My apologies, everyone. I am just not able to access the screen share properly. Okay.
All right, Doc, are you seeing it now?
Yes. All right.
Perfect.
So this El Nino event, which happened last year and developed during the summer, will further fuel heat in 2024 because El Nino typically has the greatest impact on global temperatures after it peaks. Next. This is a slide which shows you what has been happening since 1860 to 2020 as regards the increases in our temperatures that we humans have been experiencing, showing that it increased in a slow fashion up to about 1950. And then since then, we have been having a rapid increase in our temperatures up to where it is now. Next. This is another slide which also indicates what the temperature of the Earth has been like in the last in recent years. It is showing the change between 1991 up to the average change up to the year 2020. And what you can see based on the slide below is that there have been very few areas which are cooler, but most of the Earth's surface is between 0.25 to up to 3 degrees Celsius hotter than before. Next slide, please, Sam. This is an interesting slide. This slide is showing you what happens directly, the impact of climate change and global warming on human beings. So what you are looking at there are if you look at the inner ring, you see rising temperatures, more extreme weather, rising sea levels, and increasing carbon dioxide levels. And the causes that the results of these climate abnormalities on humans and on our climate and on the environment in which we live. So more extreme weather is causing us to have changes in our vector ecology. And we're having these malaria, dengue, chikungunya, West Nile, they're occurring in new places. They're occurring in new countries where didn't have this heat before. And then, of course, the air pollution, which we heard from Dr. Scott, resulting in asthma and cardiovascular diseases. severe weather, rising temperatures causing severe weather changes, which of course people get caught in these climate changes, these hurricanes or dust storms or floods, and they die. And also there is the mental health impact of having to deal with the upsets, the impact on these people's lives. And with the temperature rising, we have extreme heat, and we have the heat-related illnesses and death. We'll talk a little bit more about the direct heat-related illnesses in a very short time. And of course, cardiovascular failure. When we have environmental degradation, when we have increased levels of carbon dioxide, we're having problems to our atmosphere, to the environment around us, and we have heating, we have forced migration, because areas in which people live become less habitable, and people fight over land. And then, of course, we have mental health impacts from all of this. Plenty anxiety, depression, PTSD, as was mentioned before. And when we have, we also have, when we're having problems with rising sea levels, where it's going to impact on our water supplies and the quality of our water. And therefore, we become more susceptible to infections such as cholera and, as we heard earlier, harmful algal blooms, leptospirosis, as I think we'll hear more of tomorrow. Next slide, Sam. Heat. Heat is believed to have caused over 70,000 deaths in Europe last year, and there were on average 86 days of life-threatening temperatures. So the number of people over 65 who died from heat rose by 85% from the 1991 to 2000 period to our more recent period, 2013 to 2022. And by 2050, more than 5 times more people will die from the heat each year. We spoke also about heat waves. The problem is our communities across the world lack awareness and knowledge of health risks posed by the heat and what can happen when they have prolonged exposure to increased temperatures. Heat waves can trigger public health emergencies and, of course, increase mortality and cascading socioeconomic impacts, loss of work capacity, and even loss of medical care capacity. Problems with the power shortages are often experienced when you have heat waves. So the actual healthcare to people is disrupted. Next. Sam, please advance the slide. Thank you. So we have a situation where we have direct and indirect impact of heat. Health impacts to man, because this is extreme heat that we're undergoing. We need to realize that we will more easily, more readily experience dehydration, heat cramps, and stroke. This is going to, I want to speak more about this in a couple of minutes. But we also need to know that we're going to have more diseases, respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and chronic diseases, mental health, renal diseases. All of these things these illnesses are impacted by increasing heat. And of course, increasing hospitalization with respiratory diseases, as we mentioned there, diabetes, stroke. We have indirect impacts on human health, which would be the impact on health services, as mentioned before, the increased risk of drowning, accidents, work-related accidents, injuries, poisoning, and potential disruption of infrastructure, power, water, transport, and productivity, and how that impacts our mental health, how that impacts our lives when we can't depend on these basic, what we consider to be basic things we need for basic life support. Next slide. And this slide just lets us see that there are the people who are most at risk are the less able, pregnant, the poor, the displaced, the homeless, at the both spectrums of age, children and the elderly, athletes because of their tendency to be outdoors, and athletes because of their tendency to heat and to have increased body core, expansion of their body core temperatures. And of course, outdoor and manual workers. And what is happening here is that our vulnerability to the heat is increased, dependent on how many of these vulnerabilities you have. The more vulnerabilities you have, the more likely you are to suffer from the increasing heat. So if you are pregnant and if you are poor, you're going to have a more vulnerability than if you're pregnant and you're well-to-do, because that well-to-do person has more access. And just the pregnancy alone is increasing the temperature, core temperature of that person. Next slide. Okay, so during the summer, in particular, when we have the greater heat, and especially here in the Caribbean, where our heat increases can actually be greater than that 1.5 degrees Celsius, we find that all of the chronic diseases flare. We can have flaring arthritis and migraine headache, multiple sclerosis. They mentioned this is something that is mentioned. Multiple sclerosis, the symptoms and the signs and the suffering, the respiratory illnesses, insomnia. So, and people who are diabetic or obese and have skin disorders, eczema, sickle cell trait, and alcohol abuse, all these people are more vulnerable when it gets hot. They're more vulnerable to heat changes within their body. Progress, please. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to point out here is that the medications that we take can also be affected by heat. Antidepressants, antipsychotics can affect sweat production, while drugs for treating heart disease, such as a lot of people are on these ACE inhibitors and diuretics, and they cause which can cause dehydration and eventually affect the kidneys and can cause irreversible changes in our bodies when affected by the heat. Progress, please. Next slide. Heat intolerance. Now, heat intolerance is also called heat hypersensitivity. It happens when your body doesn't regulate its temperature correctly. And it's not a disease. It can be a symptom of an underlying medical condition. Some people with heat intolerance just dislike the heat, and others feel uncomfortably hot at temperatures other people find comfortable. So how do we avoid heat intolerance? This is now for the person who is not yet suffering from a direct disorder that requires medical intervention, and they can just try to change and adapt their lifestyle. Avoid direct sunlight. Use air conditioning or a fan. Sometimes people are on the road and they really would get something if they just stepped off the road into the coolness of a bank or into a supermarket, get feeling really hot, go somewhere for a short period of time, get into a shady area, drink plenty of fluids to avoid dehydration, and wear light, loose-fitting clothing, avoid alcohol, which dries you out, and bathe in, take cool baths. If you can go swimming in the pool, swim. Try to modify your surroundings. If you're in a home and you don't have an AC, sometimes people will turn on a fan and break out a block of few ice cubes and let the fan blow through the ice cubes. It really can, sometimes if you're really feeling hot, it can help for a while. Next slide, please. So these are the heat emergencies now that we need to take care of when we say it hots. We have heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke. All of these stages are serious. Slide. We started with heat cramps, and these are the mildest form of heat-related illness. Here, basically the person is just sweating a lot, feels a little tired, thirsty, and of course having muscle cramps. And if you look about this very quickly, you can actually prevent this situation from progressing more seriously to something that requires medical care. So if you're thinking that you're having the cramps and they're due to because you're dehydrated or you're out in the sun, get out of the heat, rest, cool down, drink some juice. Best if you drink something like one of those sports drinks with have electrolytes in them, or coconut water, and stretch. Massage the area of the body where you're finding feels tight. And don't resume the strenuous activity that you were about when the feeling of not being able to cope with the heat assailed you. Let that go for a while, a few hours. If a person ceases activity, heat cramps improve within a very short while, maybe about half an hour. And the thing to know is that it can come and go. So settle down, let it go. Don't restart the activity that precipitated the cramps. Give it a break, some hours. Next slide. Then the second phase is heat exhaustion. And this is a condition that happens when your body overheats and you begin to sweat profusely and experience a very rapid pulse. You can treat this condition yourself, or you can treat this condition at your doctor's, your private GP. You need to rest in a cool place. You need fluids. You need an AC if possible. Try to cool down. Put ice on your body. Wrap ice cubes in a plastic bag under your armpits or at your neck. Loosen your clothing. Lie down. Elevate your legs. Sip decaf fluids. Sip chilled water. Do not use anything containing caffeine. Recovering from this heat exhaustion takes a little longer, about 1 to 2 days. So depending on the severity, you can at times be hospitalized. So take it seriously. Your doctor can monitor your fluid and electrolyte levels to avoid further complications. Next slide, please. And this is the most aggressive, the most dangerous, heat stroke. Most serious heat-related illness. It occurs when the body can no longer control its temperature, and the body temperature is said to rise extremely rapidly and can move through many degrees up to 106 degrees within 5, 10, 15 minutes. And the person is going to be very ill. Throbbing headaches, confusion, nausea, dizziness, hot, red, dry skin. Sometimes they just are very, very just dissociated. They just are not conscious of what's happening around them. And they may have to be faint and even lose consciousness. This person needs a hospital immediately, as soon as possible. It's a serious medical emergency. The treatment, what can you do on site when something like this is happening, when you realize somebody about you is disoriented and talking rubbish and it's hot, heating up, looking red, no sweat? Immerse that person in cold water. Put some ice water if possible, or cool that person down. If you're in an environment and you have a hose, turn on the hose, wet them up. The quicker the person receives cold water immersion, the less risk of death and organ damage. And with quick and effective treatment, many people will recover fully, but there's no guarantee if the person does not cool down within a short period of time. Recovery can take a couple of days in hospital. Hopefully no organ damage occurs, but if the person exists with the symptoms for a prolonged period of time, organ damage is more likely. Next slide. Right, so this I was making reference before to that core temperature. The highest temperature in the human body is typically found in our core, specifically in the liver, which reaches temperatures about 104 and 105, and also in the brain. Most of the heat produced is generated in the liver, the brain, the heart, and in addition, the skeletal muscles when we exercise. So this is our core temperature, and this is what tends to go out of whack quickly when we are overheating. And so these organs are the first to be injured. Next slide, please. This is the best way to beat the heat. Please start your day with fluids. Water is best, but fruit juices are okay. There's lots of local fruit juices that are okay, but be careful of the sugar levels. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. If you're older, hydrate. If the very young, we need to pay attention to these youngsters. Make sure that they are drinking, hydrate. Please go to the next slide. Tips for reducing your body heat. Drink cool liquids, go to a cool environment, apply cold. We can't reinforce this too much. Move less. So if you're in an environment, you've been doing some activity, stop that activity. Open your clothes, wear lighter, more breathable clothing. And there are heat regulating supplements. There are some of the supplements out there that we take really do help us to prevent cramps and other things in our body, like the omega-3, the vitamin B12, vitamin C, also magnesium. And of course, sometimes when we're feeling heat and we're middle-aged in particular, we need to talk to the doctor about our thyroid gland. Next slide, please. So, actions that the public should take. Keep your home cool. Keep out of the heat and keep your body cool and hydrated. Help others. Check on your family, check on friends, check on those church sisters or older ones who are on their own. They might need your assistance, and you need to help those who you know may be at risk. This is the only way for those people really to survive. Some of them are on their own. Discuss how to cope with heat-related illness. Discuss the whole idea of extreme heat with your family members and with the youngsters. Everyone should know what to do when it's very hot, where they should go and what they should do to keep cool. If a person is taking medication, you may want to ask the doctor about how that medication is affecting their sweating, their ability to cope with the heat, and also how to take care of that medication. Because if it heats up too suddenly, then what you find is that you can have degradation of those medications. And those who are not trained, you can do a first aid course, learn how to treat heat emergencies. Everyone should know how to respond, because this is, as I started the talk with, a real crisis. Over the next few years, 5-time increase in the amount of people who will die directly from heat-related illnesses and its effects on their body. Next slide. Consult your doctor if symptoms persist, and if you come across a person who needs help, move them to a cool place, put them in horizontal position. We've said this already. Remove the clothing, cool them down. Measure the body temperature if possible. Do not give acetylsalicylic acid, aspirin, or paracetamol. They are ineffective and can aggravate liver injury. Position an unconscious person on their side. And seek medical advice if you're suffering from a chronic medical condition or taking multiple medications on how to cope with them and the heat. Next slide. The choices you make daily influences the world in which we live. Choices you make influences the world in which we all live. So choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown Morgan, for that very interesting presentation. We had such a, terrible season in terms of the heat last year. And as we keep hearing that, we will look back on 2023 and say that this was a really cool year. So there's a question I saw in the chat. Someone wanted to know how long should we keep a person immersed in water for?
You have to bring the temperature down. So remember, you're told to measure the temperature, right? You need to bring the temperature down to below 37 degrees centigrade. Celsius, yes.
All right. So there are a number of things. This is an excellent presentation, quite good presentation. And that's the comments are coming in. Great presentation. I don't know if there are any other questions that anyone has.
I saw one in the Q&A thing. Why position unconscious patients on their side?
Okay. It has some. It's just a medical thing. It's to prevent problems with their heart and to prevent problems with their circulation and to prevent them from aspirating if they're vomit. You want them on the side so that they don't. If they vomit, it doesn't go back down into their lungs. It kind of goes out. So for those reasons, it's just safer for that person.
And I have a comment. I don't want to impinge on Dr. McNabb's presentation on heating animals when it's coming up, but you know, there's a lot of mention of ice and the use of I've been put on the video, ice water and stuff. on a person. Whereas for our animals, for our dogs, as Audrey, I'm sure is going to tell you, we say, don't use ice, use cool water, comfortably cool water, because the ice causes peripheral vasoconstriction, and so can actually slow the process of reducing core temperature initially.
That's in a person who has some control over sweating and or over regulation. Remember, when you reach these extremes of heat control, what is happening is that this person is no longer sweating. They're overheating.
Yes.
They're just overheating. They're not able to sweat, and you need to just get that temperature down. You need to put them, I'm not even saying to keep ice itself, but ice water.
But you put ice in specific areas, like around the neck and
yes, and under the things, and what somebody who is as ill as you are, when you stop sweating, ice on your armpits isn't enough. You need to cover them with ice and put the hose on them. You need to do something like that. Put them in a tub or.
And there's another question here. Decrease of temperature. How many degrees per hour? That means how rapidly do you need to cool that temperature down? I mean, you were just saying
as rapidly means to drum it down as for every moment that the temperature is kept at those excessive levels of 103 to 106 degrees centigrade. What is happening is Fahrenheit. What is happening is that they're boiling. Their internals are boiling. Your liver, when you're getting that on the outside, your liver, your heart, your brain are at even higher. Your core is at an even higher temperature. They are being damaged, and if you don't rapidly decrease the temperature, those core organs will not revert to normal afterwards. You will have heart disease. You will have problems with brain function. So as quickly as possible, get the temperature down.
This question, how safe is that ice bath with the elderly? I'm not able to see this here, but the person is really wondering how safe is this ice bath with elderly persons? So in other words, I would think, what do you do with an elderly person?
But I would think, and I'm open. Dr. Scott might still be on my board to make a suggestion, but I would think that you would still need to bring that temperature down. That high temperature is killing that person. So bringing it down is your effort to save their life. There is, when you get them down from off of the 103, 106, down to 100, then you can say, I can slow down, because, the body usually can deal with 100, 100.5. But I would say that you've got to get them into that region of temperature before you can say, okay, let me slow down and watch how it goes. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Dr. Brown Morgan, one point I would make, though, is that prevention is better than cure. And many times our elderly patients, they're left on their own and they're not given adequate amount of fluid to drink in a day. And remember, the thirst, that sort of reflex, that need to drink is not really there. So a suggestion would be to, leave out a bottle of water and say, you know what, make sure you drink this for the day. Something like that. Yes. We need to do.
Yes. Because the message is hydrate, hydrate, hydrate.
Hydrate.
Wake up in the morning, bed at night, hydrate. And that way, and also if you feel something, stop. Go cool down.
Yes. Thank you so very much. Another very good, excellent presentation. Thank you so very much. We move on now to our final presentation for tonight, and that one is entitled Pant, 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 the Heat and Animals. And this presentation will be delivered by Dr. Audrey McNabb, who is a vet, and Dr. McNabb is a graduate of the UWI School of Veterinary Medicine. Her career has spanned both the livestock industry and companion animal clinical practice. She has worked with Caribbean broilers group covering both poultry and pig production, and currently runs All Pets Veterinary Clinic in Kingston. She has been a member of the Board of Examinations of the Subcommittee of the Jamaica Veterinary Board since 2018, then adjunct lecturer in veterinary pharmacy at the University of Technology. We welcome Dr. Audrey McNabb. Her presentation, Pant, 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 the Heat and Animals. Dr. McNabb, over to you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for that, Dr. Jackie.
Good evening, Doc. We're seeing your slide view.
Right, that's fine.
You have notes?
Yes.
No, we can.
Oh, you're
So we
seeing
need
my
you to swap
slide.
displays.
Yes.
Right. So at the top there where it says end show, beside it says swap displays.
Seeing it now? Difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, so good evening again, everyone. And one of the interesting things about coming at this time in the presentation or in the conference is that I could easily just say ditto, 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 because everything that everyone has spoken of earlier, Dr. Scott, Dr. Morgan, everybody, I have a slide related to this. So since brevity is the soul of wit, I am going to be so brief. And if this were a Sunday, I'd be talking about my rice and peas. So good evening. So today I'm going to be looking at the heat on animals. And it has been very, very hot. We have 2023, as shared by Dr. Brown Morgan earlier, has been recorded as the hottest year on record. And this just came up from the BBC News, and it has been all over for the last, 12 days of this year. 2023 has been the hottest year on record. How does that affect our animals? Our animals end up becoming heat stressed. And heat stress occurs when the environmental temperature, the relative humidity, and the solar radiation are such that the animal is unable to maintain in its thermoneutral zone. And if air movement is severely reduced or restricted, then it is going to affect how that animal is able to keep itself cool. Dr. Brown Morgan actually just ended with this comment that the best way to deal with heat stress is just prevent its occurrence. And I'm going to spend the next few slides looking at how animals actually deal with just keeping cool. I'm going to skip over the next couple of slides because my colleague from Trinidad spoke about the thermoneutral zone that animals are found to be in. And in this thermoneutral zone, it has to do with how the animal best operates. For our animals, and I'm going to switch over to Fahrenheit, our animals work best between, or their body temperatures are between 99 to 103. Once the animal goes over 103.4, 103.5, then we talk about the animal having a fever, but that is usually a pathological symptom. Once it goes over into this over 25, 30 degrees Celsius or 103, 105, 106 degrees Fahrenheit, the animal now begins to run into dysfunction. I'm going to skip over this. So how do animals lose heat? And this is the fun part. These are some things that you never, ever thought about, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to switch to a video. Let me see if I can do this very quickly. New share.
Retreating to only shady areas. Holding wings out.
Are you seeing the video?
Yes, yes, we are.
Spreading out on the cooler ground, or even making pits in the ground to lay in. And the more intensely your chickens practice these heat-reactive behaviors, the more overheated they are. And my very best tip for being able retreating to only shady areas, holding wings out, and spreading out on the cooler ground, or even making pits in the ground to lay in. And the more intensely your chickens practice these heat-reactive behaviors, the more overheated they are. And my very
Okay. Are you seeing the next slide? The ways in which animals lose heat?
Yes.
Animals tend to lose heat with panting, fluffing the feathers. They seek shade, as these two dogs here on a house call that I have visited recently. They drink a lot of water. Animals also go through something called spluting. So here you'll have animals being offered water for drinking. And then we have animals going through something called spluting. Now, spluting is just a term that is used for animals so that they can spread out their underbellies. The underbellies of the average animal is usually hairless, or it has less hair, less fur, less, the hide there is a little thinner on the underbelly. And this, once the animal spreads itself across, it increases its surface area so that it is able to cool itself. And the heat is lost through convection currents and so on. Here we have a giraffe. Now, we don't see giraffes here in Jamaica, but I'm sure there are persons from across the globe who are here who have seen, touched, smelled, felt a giraffe. And the giraffes have a very unique system where in these, the white marks here, right along the edges of along the white marks around their coats, they actually have thermal windows that actually allow the animals for the blood vessels to be enlarged, and the heat is forced out. Sorry, the heat is actually forced out of those areas. The heat is forced out of those areas. And because the giraffes are so big and there's so much surface area for that skin, it's an effective way that was created for them to cool off. Now, this one may not be favorable. Here we have the heron, some of these birds like the vultures. What do they do to lose heat, to keep themselves cool? Guess what? They actually literally poop, pass fecal matter on their legs, spread it across their bodies, and that is how they cool down. So as the liquid from the poop evaporates, the body temperature is therefore lowered, and it's a similar principle to how we sweat as humans. It's just that it's a little bit more gross. Pigs, on the other hand, my favorite animal, the pig actually loses heat because guess what? It's actually an anomaly to say that pigs sweat. Pigs do not have sweat glands. So the pig has to lose heat by keeping itself cool, by wallowing in mud pies, by wallowing in water. For those who are in the commercial setting, they'll actually, wherever the water mixes with the feed, you'll actually see the pig rolling in the feed and water mixture. So that they can actually keep cool just because they do not have sweat glands. So it's a misnomer and a fallacy to say I'm sweating like a pig or you're sweating like a pig, because pigs do not have sweat glands. In the Bahamas, in Major Key, we have in Exuma, the island of Exuma, or the area of Exuma, I'm sorry. in the island of Exuma, you have some pigs that, all right, what's happening here? Okay, so we have, so we have pigs that actually cool themselves down by swimming in water, and this has become a tourist attraction, again, just because the pigs are unable to cool themselves naturally. What do these two animals here have in common? This is an elephant with big floppy ears. This is a rabbit with big floppy ears also. And rabbits and elephants have big ears, which allows them to cool themselves down. They're able to regulate their body temperatures through their ears, and they dilate or constrict the blood vessels that are in their ears. Elephants actually take it a little step further, and what they do, they flap those big old ears to cool the blood flowing through them, and they will even spray water. This is an animal that sweats like us, the human, horses. If we were to look at horses at the end of a race, horses would actually have a thick, white, copious beads of sweat running along their flanks, which is the sides of the body. And they're the only ones that sweat like us. So now we need to say, I'm sweating like a horse, not sweating like a pig. So they don't, horses are the ones that sweat, and that is how they lose heat. The slide I showed earlier, I tried to show earlier, this is called the gular flap, where you'll find poultry, open mouth breathing, and then you'll have this area where you have the red comb, you'll have this area below the eye fluttering, and that is how chickens will lose heat. Then you have the kangaroo. The kangaroo is pretty much like the stork. What do? They spit. So the kangaroo will spit along its body, spit along its arms, and that is how they get to lose heat, because the network of blood vessels in their forearms are capable of cooling down the entire body. So when they lick themselves until they're soaking wet, their whole body temperature is lowered as the saliva evaporates. Now, what are the signs of heat stress? The animal seeks shade if it's able to. The animal refuses to lie down. The animal paces. The animal reduces its feed intake. The animal crowds or water splashes at water troughs for those who are in commercial animal production. They have very labored breathing. They pant. They have a lot of saliva. It's very thick, copious saliva. And if all of these signs of heat stress or distress are not alleviated and abated soon, they lead to convulsions and then eventually death. This last line is actually a very unfortunate situation that has happened to many of us, and I did an informal poll amongst my colleagues here in Jamaica. Another thing too, for those persons who are in production, whether you are into poultry or swine or dairy cattle or beef herd management, the animals will fail to conceive because they suffer from silent heats. They lose that conception, and then it leads to what are called long dry periods. So, how do Rex the dog, Meow Meow the cat, Percy the chick, Bella the cow, Nana the goat, Pepper the pig, and Gabba the horse manage heat stress? First of all, how does heat stress occur? So, about 3 weeks ago, I got a call from a client who said that a woman, unfortunately, had just run into the bank, and she had left her mommy dog with 3 puppies in the car, and she had cracked the windows maybe about a quarter way down because she didn't want the animals to escape. She didn't want anybody to steal them, and so she left them in the car. And she said to the security guard, I'll be in the bank for a moment. Well, if you are Jamaican and if you have experience doing business in any bank in Jamaica, a moment became 2 hours. Of course, when she came out, mother dog dead, puppies dead. Security guard is doing his business, which is parking vehicles. And it was actually quite traumatic for the lady. What you'll also find, heat stress will occur, especially with our dogs. And I'm talking small animal practice now. If you're walking or training your dog during the hottest times of the day here in the tropics, 9 a.m. to 2 or 3 p.m. If you go to the vets or the groomers, you try to go in the cooler parts of the day. And if not, if you really can't avoid it, you plan for those visits to be short as best as is possible. When your animal comes to the vet, or if the vet has to come out to your farm, if we have to end up chasing the animal to medicate that animal, the animal will also suffer heat stress because the animal is not able to alleviate in its natural way that extra heat that you or myself or the handler has caused by chasing that animal. If an animal is in overcrowded housing spaces, if the housing is not in shaded areas, and Dr. Shane did speak about it earlier, back in the 80s, 70s and 80s, when we had our poultry houses, you used to see many, many houses with the tanks painted white, the rooftops painted white, or you had the reflective paints on the roofs. The houses are to be oriented in an east-west direction so that the long sides of the house get the shorter sun exposure. That way you'll have more wind passing through the house. The houses should try to be in shaded areas. And earlier today too, I was asked a question, where can I set up my dog kennel? I have a new baby coming in. I need to have the kennel set up outside. Where am I going to put it? And the person was very good. And this telemedicine thing is amazing. She was able to do a video shoot of her backyard, and we were able to share pictures by encircling where it is she could set up the housing for the dog. Then, of course, in our high production systems, if we don't have adequate ventilation, and I speak now of the tunnel house ventilations that Dr. Shane spoke of earlier, if we don't have adequate ventilation, if, for instance, the tunnel fans fail, those are the big tunnel fans, that 48, 52-inch fans that you'll see outside or projecting from the back of a house. If those fail, if the shutters fail to open, if the curtains fail to drop on these tunnel house ventilated systems, then you can have a mass kill of our animals. So here I just did a very informal survey, as I said, with some of my vet practitioners. And this pretty much shows how most practitioners are either solely mixed animal practice or small animal or large animal. We have very few exotic animals, and we do have some farm animal practitioners here. And every single one of my colleagues said, I have encountered heat stress with our animals, with our patients. And heat stress doesn't necessarily happen to any one species. It happens with small animals. It happens with your pet birds. It happens with large animals. It happens with food-producing animals. It happens with poultry. It happens with our exotics. That's our rabbits and our guinea pigs. What has been the outcome? We have successfully treated, and I'll look a little bit further on with treatment, but Dr. Brown Morgan and the questions came up in the chat about how to treat the ice baths, the fans and such. Sometimes we have to hospitalize those animals just to get the temperature down. And in the event we have had some organ failure or organ susceptibility, then the animal has to be hospitalized. I spoke about how the animals became heat stressed earlier. I spoke about being locked in a vehicle, locked in a house, a production house, tethered outside. Here in my lovely island home, we like to say that goats don't need water. And you will find that some people will tie the goats out in the pasture without water. Maybe there's some shade brush, maybe not. Walking the animals in the heat of the day, training them. And again, in preparation for this, I spoke with colleagues a little bit older than myself, and they were able to tell me that way back in the day, and I think even today, The dog shows are held very early in the morning or in the evening because those are the cooler times of day. Let's look at livestock production. We're talking now about meat birds, your poultry. We're talking about swine production. We're talking about egg producers. We're talking about dairy animals. If their thermal environment is thermal environment rather is a major factor that can negatively affect production and reproduction in these animals. And so just remember, lactating animals and egg producers, they do create a large amount of metabolic heat. They utilize a lot of that ATP to produce the eggs and the meat that we so enjoy. However, if the ambient temperature is such that they are unable to cool themselves, then you have reproductive failures, you will have production failures, embryonic mortality, and of course, this comes at an extremely high cost for the economic losses are large. This just really talks about just a pictorial of heat stress in our animals. At 68 degrees, which we will never, ever experience here in the tropics, unless you're up in the Blue Mountains or the Pitons in St. Lucia, you never, ever have temperatures here. Unfortunately for us, our temperatures tend to move between 89 and over degrees Fahrenheit. And so our animals are consistently in severe stress, severe metabolic stress, severe reproductive stress, severe production stress. And so as veterinarians and as animal owners, we have to now utilize a lot of methods to help to keep our animals cool. Some of the direct impact of heat stresses, I mentioned them before. If I'm too hot, I can't drink. If the water is too warm, I'm not going to eat. It's going to affect my milk yield. It's going to cause me, if I'm a dairy animal, to increase the risk of mastitis, laminitis, which is an infection of the hoof. There's going to be reduced reproduction. There's going to be weight loss. And then the egg production counts will also decrease. Spoke about it earlier, the size decreases, the quality of the eggs decreases, the egg production is simply depressed. Impact of heat stress on milk production is all here, mentioned before in a slide earlier. Similarly, what we have found also is that you'll have a lot of gastroenteritis happening in our meat producing animals. You will have a lot of diarrheas. And even flicking back to small animal medicine, we find that the parvovirus, the parvoviral enteritis, which is a viral disease of puppies, it actually peaks during the hot, wet months, usually from about April right through to early September, early October. You will find that the parvoviral hospitalization increases in small animal practitioners, again, because of this heat stress. Here, again, another pictorial. When we have these tremendous amounts of heat and the animals are unable to cool themselves, you'll have PSC, which is pale, soft, exudative pork. You'll have dark, firm, dry meat. You'll find that happening with your beef-producing animals. You find that in your pork-producing animals. You'll have a very poor feed conversion, and then the chicken ends up being very small, and it's just not going to you won't be able to, in the production system, in the processing plants, these animals actually have what you call a higher drip loss. So, interventions for heat distress. Sharing a video, hopefully this one will play. So this video actually showcases a dog. She's a 2-year-old bully that came in the back of a station wagon vehicle. But apart from her, there was a 100-pound Doberman. There was her boyfriend or her husband or her kennel mate. He was 90 pounds as well. And their son together, who was 65 pounds. So all 4 dogs are on between the back seat and the back of a station wagon vehicle. And the female who was, guess what? She was on heat. So she had her own internal summer. And so she went into heat distress. So if you notice, if you, hopefully you heard the slide, there was a roaring sound. Her tongue was blue. It went from a bright red to a dark blue. And that was also complicated by her structure, her facial structure, the head structure. And this is our vet who was actually placing at the back of the head here, and there were ice packs wrapped in paper towels on the belly as well. We had her in a spluting position so that we could get as much of her surface area exposed. The paws were also sprayed with a mixture, a 50-50 mixture of alcohol, 70% isopropyl alcohol and water, just to try and get the temperature down. We didn't want to get the temperature down too quickly, however, because then you would have the animal going into hypothermia. And in this room as well, the room was air conditioned just to help to get the animal's temperature down. Then here we have another dog that was hospitalized. In this case, he was hospitalized for another reason, but I wanted to showcase and show off a little bit that yes, our animals do go and they are usually placed on IV fluids as well. This one is on IV fluids and he is, okay, video fail again. So he is actually being cooled. He's being cooled and he's on IV fluids to correct the electrolyte imbalance that occurs when you do have the extreme heat loss and heat distress. And we pack ice packs around the bag of fluid as well, just to try and get cooler fluids going in to the animal. Again, we have another example of what we do as well as the animal comes in. So this video was really just done to share with you hosing down. So you hose down the cows. Obviously, you can't hose down your chickens, but you hose down the cows, you hose down the horses, you hose down the animals that can tolerate that hosing down and that you can catch actually, because they're suffering from this heat distress. And in our poultry buildings, in our natural houses, you will find the natural houses, you'll find that the sides of the houses are exposed, the curtains are dropped or they're rolled up. And in the top right hand of your screen, you'll see a fan, and there are a number of fans that are placed along the house to help the place get cooled. If we were having a more interactive session, I would have asked the question, what do you notice about the chickens? Most of the chickens are to one side of this house. And what that is saying is the long side of the house is actually exposed to where the sun rises. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Instead, the shorter side of the house, which is further back on the screen, should be facing the rising in the east and setting in the west. So the long axis of the house should be along the northwest axis so that the shorter sides are kept cool, so you don't have them rushing to one side of the house in the mornings and then the other side in the evenings. Even with the fans and even with the curtains open, these birds can pile on each other and then they die. So wrapping up shortly, To overcome heat stress in livestock production, we have misters that are placed in the houses. You have the high pressure fogging system, and that is done to help reduce the ambient air temperature. The modern poultry and swine buildings and even dairy buildings will have evaporative cooling pads and fans that are located on their sides. These are some of the fans that I spoke of earlier that help to keep, and these are in these modern poultry houses. They will have what you call a dropped ceiling. So the houses are A-shaped to maximize the amount of air that mixes in. Some of them will have a ceiling that's, you still have the A-frame house, but then a ceiling comes in at on a horizontal so that you'll have enough air that will mix the hot air rises, cold air sinks. So as the hot air rises in here, you will have vents that are along the sides, the long axis again of the house, and that air mixes with the hot air and it helps to cool these birds or whichever animal is housed. Even though this says cow, it can be any of our production animal systems. You will have sprinklers and fan cooling systems. You will have the cooling ponds that the animals have to walk through, especially for the cattle and the swine. The houses will have shades, and you will have shades that can be rolled up or put down. So in conclusion, the best way to avoid heat stress really is just to prevent the occurrence. Here are my references, and I thank most of all my son, who was able to walk me through very quickly how to switch between slide 2. Of course, I thank the staff of Pets Vet Clinic who really are somewhere in here supporting me quietly. Thank you all very much.
And thank you, Dr. McNabb, for a really informative presentation. Excellent. I didn't know about this fluting thing. I must try it when next it gets hot. I mean, just lie down on the floor. Not that it's uncomfortable.
And guess what? But guess animals can't take off their clothes, but you can take off your clothes and sploot.
I'm going to that word sploot. I won't be doing what the other animals do, the salivation and the pooping on my foot, definitely. But trust me, very informative. In fact, all the presentations so far have been, and really thank you very much for your time. Couple questions. Someone wanted to know about cooling stations for animals, and another one wanted to know about heat-resistant breeds. Any comments?
Certainly. So let me start with the heat-resistant breeds, and I'm going to skip just because it's my favorite animal, the pig, and then of course poultry, because that's where I spent a lot of my initial years in veterinary medicine. So genetically, there have been improvements in the genetic spectrum for poultry and swine in terms of the production animals. So the animals have been, let me choose my words carefully. We have genetic strains rather, that are out there that are able to maximize and able to cool themselves. Their whole genetics are able to ensure that the animal will use little to produce more. So if the animal is unable to do, as I said, sploot, pigs don't sploot. They actually do sploot, pigs do. Chickens do as well, but they do have genetically modified animals, not in the sense that you have a chicken that will have wings, under wings and so on. But the geneticists will be able to tell us more that they do have those. Then you'll also have in the small animal world, where you have the different snouts of the dogs that have longer snouts, such as the German Shepherds versus the pug breeds, the Shih Tzus that have the squashed in faces. They tend to suffer from a lot of heat stress, the short-faced dogs, the pugs, the bullies, the pit bulls. because they're not able, the long snout, which has a greater surface area, the blood vessels are on the snout, the muzzle, so they're able to cool themselves very quickly. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen so for some of these shorter faced dogs. Remind me of the other question, Dr. Jackie.
The other one, so you had the cooling stations.
So live production and production and what they should do, especially for our goats and such, or goat farmers or sheep farmers, it would be a good idea to have water troughs out there in shaded areas that the animals can go to and drink. Dairy animals tend to have these cooling corridors that they can walk through, and this is in the very intensive production systems. Again, because you are raising an animal in an intensive production method or intensive production methodology, you have to ensure that you are now going to make the animal as close as possible to its thermoneutral zone. Because if you remember the slides, the first few slides I shared with you, if it goes out of its TMZ, the thermoneutral, they're just going to not be very good producers. Okay.
All right. Thanks. Thank you so very much again. We could spend a longer time, but in the interest of time, let us now go to our One Health song, followed by our vote of thanks by Dr. Paul Cadogan. Sam, you have the song?
I will have it in a few. I think we're also going to play our sponsors video.
Okay.
Seretide is effective for asthma control. Good asthma control aims to have no daytime symptoms, use rescue medication no more than twice a week, experience no nighttime awakenings or limitations in activities or sports, thus minimizing mortality, exacerbations, and medication side effects. Seretide offers higher effectiveness with a higher likelihood of providing the best response compared to inhaled corticosteroids or leukotriene modifiers. It presents a 8.7% increase in symptom-free days and an 8% increase in days without the use of salbutamol compared to patients receiving double doses of inhaled corticosteroids. Moreover, this benefit is prolonged over time. Seretide improved individual clinical outcomes and overall asthma control when compared to the use of double doses of inhaled corticosteroids in previously uncontrolled patients on low doses of inhaled corticosteroids. Seretide is a product with proven efficacy for over 20 years and comparable rates of adverse events to inhaled corticosteroids. According to the study titled Understanding the Clinical Implications of Individual Patient Characteristics and Treatment Choice, the following findings were reported. Regular use of fluticasone propionate and salmeterol results in a 10% lower risk of experiencing an exacerbation compared to fluticasone propionate alone or budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the patient's initial characteristics. Regular treatment with fluticasone propionate and salmeterol implies a risk between 8 and 13% lower of experiencing an exacerbation compared to budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the initial asthma control questionnaire score. Fluticasone propionate and salmeterol showed significantly lower exacerbation risk compared to budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the initial lung function. Patients who escalated from fluticasone propionate to fluticasone propionate and salmeterol had a significantly lower risk of exacerbation than those who switched to budesonide and formoterol. The relationship between initial characteristics and the risk of exacerbation during regular dosing with inhaled corticosteroid monotherapy, fluticasone propionate and salmeterol, and budesonide and formoterol was compared. The results showed that fluticasone propionate and salmeterol not only offer symptomatic relief, but may also have disease-modifying properties, thus helping reduce the incidence of exacerbations. Therefore, the choice of inhaled corticosteroid is crucial when selecting the best therapy for the current and future control of asthma patients. The clinical implications were as follows. the level of control and immediate symptom relief does not directly correlate with the risk and control of future exacerbations. Real-world data indicate that achieving comparable levels of symptom control during treatment does not imply a comparable reduction in risk. This difference could be associated with specific properties of inhaled corticosteroids, which vary among different inhaled corticosteroids. These factors should be considered in clinical practice as a basis for personalized management of patients with moderate or severe asthma symptoms. The study's conclusions indicate that regular use of fluticasone propionate and salmeterol results in a 10% lower risk of exacerbation compared to fluticasone propionate alone or budesonide and formoterol, regardless of the patient's initial characteristics. Switching to fluticasone propionate and salmeterol from monotherapy with fluticasone propionate results in a significantly lower risk of exacerbation. Regular dosing with fluticasone propionate and salmeterol may offer significantly more benefits than dosing with budesonide and formoterol in patients with poor lung function, less than 50% of forced expiratory volume in 1 second. Initial asthma control questionnaire scores, a high body mass index, smoking habit, female sex, and low forced expiratory volume in 1 second capacity are factors contributing to a higher risk of exacerbations, regardless of the treatment.
Doctor's confirming we want the answer next, right?
No, let me do the vote of thanks, and then you can you know, exit with the clap. I know people really want to go, and boy, what can I say? I mean, today has just been tremendous. I mean, it exceeded all expectations. I mean, I know the audience really enjoyed things, and we have to thank the God of the universe for smiling on us today. I mean, we had some glitches, and Dr. Jackie had her problems with the internet. A couple of people did, but she was able to come back, and we are thankful for that. And I want to start off. Usually we wait till the end. We say the participants, we thank them at the end, and last but not least, no, first we have to thank all the participants, the hundreds of people who logged on and participated in this conference. You are the reason why we are doing this, to bring One Health to you. So we thank you for coming. To our sponsor for today, GlaxoSmithKline, I mean, that was tremendous as well, taking on, sponsoring the entire day of the conference and giving us that presentation by Dr. Paul Scott. We cannot thank you enough. And of course, tomorrow we have our other sponsors, Hypro, Humanima, Nutrimix, Grace Kennedy, and Healing with Horses. So come in tomorrow and learn something about them. Our speakers, Dr. Maharaj, Dr. Perdell, and Lorelei Corso, Robin Young. Oh, Robin, that was tremendous. Our youngest presenter ever, Dr. Garraway. Oh, and as I told you, the Caribbean Airlines story, Dr. Shane Ramsey-Beek, and our One Health stalwarts, part of the organizing committee, Dr. Arna J. Brown Morgan, and Dr. Audrey McNabb, and they have been moderators for the past 3 conferences, so they took a break this time. We gave them a break this time so they could present. So thank you all for taking the time to prepare these presentations and to share with us, to stay with us, all such talented, dedicated, and brilliant professionals, right? Our organizing team, thank you so much for all your support and work over the past few months to prepare this conference. My co-chair, Dr. Aldith Buckland, Arna J as well, Dr. Seniona Nuju, Lynn Thompson-Hyatt, the CCFP Secretariat Powerhouse, from the JVMA, Farah Bailey Trowers, dealing with the sponsorship, Sidani Thompson-Giles, Bridget Lee Chow, our treasurer, and she designed the flyers that you may have seen in WhatsApp. Jackson Heffes, Sarah Wilkinson Eitel, Lydia Hutchinson, Robin Harris, Julianne Small, Kathy Ann, Leon, our president. And we thank our moderator today, Dr. Jackie Campbell, Check out our radio program on Power 106. It's called Powering Your Health on Wednesday evenings at 8. It is great. And of course, our IT support, Sam Heron of Oldgate Solutions, a guy who is just extraordinarily professional and able in dealing with these things. You know, and everybody who helped spread the word about the One Health Conference, thank you for helping out. Thank you everyone again for making this a really great day. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 3 p.m. sharp, and we'll have another smorgasbord of learning. So have a great night. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Doc. We'll play the song now.
Okay, this is my One Health song called The Answer. Hope you enjoy it as you log off.
Our home, a living, breathing planet, but we know things aren't always right. Climate change, disease emergence, overuse of our resources. We must change our ways and look to better days, but we need an answer to heal our ailing world. Yes, we need an answer. Man, woman, boy and girl, we need to change, but we need an answer. Health of all is so interdependent. We'll rise or fall on choices that we make. Physicians, vets, and virocides too can't isolate the things we do. We must understand health rests in all our hands. One Health is the answer. We can do it if we try. One Health is the answer. Together you and I can heal the world. One Health is the answer. Again, when we come together and understand, united we prevail. For people, animals, and plants too, the land, the air, the water blue. Let this be our song, resounding on and on. One Health is the answer. We can do it if we try. One Health is the answer. And together you and I can heal the world. One Health is the answer. Yes, One Health is the answer. We can do it if we try. One Health is the answer. And together you and I can heal our world. One Health is the answer. It really is the answer.
Thank you, everyone. Good night. See you tomorrow.